Targos. At the prominent fishing town, the group visited the general store to grab a few items before splitting up to handle some business before heading to the Three Flags Sailing Tavern. Groff and Wu went to a butcher to see about getting their crag cat meat turned to jerky. Kyra and Gerard headed to a tailor to find out about making Kyra a set of clothing that would allow her to fly while maintaining her warmth. The tailor said he could do something, he could make something for now, but it would still be a bit restricting, but if she could get some Yeti fur, he could make it more accommodating. Smith headed to the armorer to see about getting something to help protect him in combat, some armor. And finally, Dr. Skornstein went to an apothecary and asked about some work he could...
I'm sorry, who?
Dr. Skornstein.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah. Went to an apothecary and asked about
sleeping?
some work. He is. And asked about some work he could help with in return for some goods. The apothecary told him to gather some herbs while he was out, and he can trade for some medicine kits.
That he's working.
Yeah. After this, the group went to the tavern, where Wu was told someone would be that he could learn about the murder. While eating and relaxing, the group overheard a tiefling in the corner talking about taking a bribe for the lottery. Wu approached him and asked about it, and the tiefling, whose name was Skaith, said that he ran the lotteries in Targos, and he recently took a bribe from a man who was then found killed a few days ago. He claims the only other person he had mentioned this to was a man... he claims that he told a man who had shimmering bright blue eyes. During this, Groff took a mug and filled it with some oil he bought from the general store. Once they heard this, Wu, Groff, and Gerard went to speak with the townmaster at the inn. During this time, Kyra and Smith went outside to investigate the area where the man was murdered and found some blood out back and signs of a struggle. When they arrived at the inn, the three went to speak to the townmaster, Nerith, and they informed him of what Skaith had done. The townmaster sent a flying snake with a letter out to call Skaith, and when it arrived, Skaith started heading into the inn, when it arrived, Skaith started heading to the inn, and Kyra, Smith, and the doc started following. Funny enough, they weren't following for nefarious reasons. They were literally just looking to get the doc somewhere so that he could go to sleep and then to go and start finding their friends.
Yeah, as far as I know, Groff just went to go take a leak.
Yeah.
And Yerod and Wu just went with him for some reason.
Yep. Yeah. So, for all they know, there's nothing even going on in this place.
Yep.
What is going on? There's my stuff back. Sorry, I have to pull up my two folders here.
By the way, we're level 4, right?
No.
Oh.
You're level 2.
Okay.
Alright, there we go. Sorry, I had to bring up my notes. Alright, and after that, when Skaith arrived, he played the role of being caught, but then he and the townmaster revealed that Skaith was in charge of the militia in Targos, and the townmaster was more than aware of what he was doing. And that is where we're going to pick up today. You guys are currently at the inn. I actually was going through the process of making a map, but my dungeon draft crashed on me and I lost the map. So I don't have a map of his room.
Oh, no.
I don't necessarily...
That's what always happened to me in my campaign. That's why we never had maps.
Right. Yeah. So, I do not have a map, unfortunately. We'll just have to do without, but, it's not the end of the world.
Shit, that's what...
We're not gonna need a map.
I hope to God not. Yeah.
I mean, it's just a room.
Just a room. Yeah, I mean, that's it. There's basically, it was like 15 feet long, like... Not even. It was like maybe 20 feet long like 15 feet wide. There was room in there for a
decent hotel room.
Huh?
Like a decent hotel room.
Yeah, like, well, it was a guest suite, so I guess it would have been bigger than that. So maybe it was like, 30 by 20, but it's basically there, like, it's not his office. It is definitely just like where he lives currently as the town master. But in the room, he does have a table there. He has a quaint little fireplace. If let me pull it up here because I do actually have this picture saved in here. Targus.
Oh yeah, of him with his pet pseudo dragons.
Well, not pet pseudo dragon. They are flying snakes.
Flying snakes. Okay.
Yep. So.
And yeah.
Yep. Yeah, because that really doesn't show on the stream too well. Oh well.
Are we fucked here? Like roll initiative or what?
No. So yeah. So
I know. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. Do your thing.
I know all of the drama and the dramatic momentum is in with the other group, but could we start with Smith and Kyra, because Kyra would like to ask Smith a question.
Oh sure, yeah. If you guys, because I do have a means by which I am going to introduce you guys into what is going on.
Okay, she just wanted to ask Smith, since he's been around. So you've been around here, Smith. Have you done too much? Have you done a lot of hunting on these grounds? Up here in Icewind Dale?
I've done my fair share, yes.
Have you ever hunted any yetis?
No, not yetis. Mainly small game.
Well, do you happen to know where we can find yetis? Because I was over at the tailor with Yarad, and he said he'd be able to make me a special set of clothing that would allow me to fly, but also stay warm. And I was wondering if you happen to know, since all of you gentlemen have been around here a lot longer than Yarad and myself. Oh, I suppose we'll find them eventually.
Smith, if you want to roll me a survival or a history check.
I'll roll survival. That's a 16.
16. Yeah, while you haven't personally, gone out and killed a Yeti, definitely the more practiced hunters of your clan, and, of those of the Dale, the outs, those who live on the outskirts, hunting Yetis is definitely a thing that is done. So you're fairly certain that if she's looking for something like this, that you could probably at least help her track it, and it might just take some time, but eventually they are fairly aplenty, and actually with the everlasting Rime, the Yetis are more active than ever.
Okay. I'll say yeah. I personally don't really hunt them, but a lot of my tribesmen have. And I'm sure if we give it enough time, we can find you one. They're not easy to take.
Not easy.
Are they pretty hard to take down? Do I know that?
But we took down four of those giant cats with no problem. I mean, hell, even Wu just ran off after one after we clearly achieved victory.
That's cool.
So how many crag cats did you guys fight?
4.
4? Yeah, it was 4. So Smith, crag cats are one thing. You have seen, and we'll say this. During your times out along the tundra, you one time watched a Yeti who was defending her babies which I actually think have Yeti tykes. You actually here. I think I actually have a picture of what they look like.
Sounds like a new companion for Yarad.
Yeah, this is a Yeti.
That's what it sounds like to me, man. New Yeti companion, let's go.
And that's a Yeti tyke.
Adorable. I want three of them.
Oh my god.
So
look at that
Kakarot
face.
was a Yeti type.
So Smith, you watched a Yeti one time that was defending her tykes kill 3 crag cats barehanded.
Shit.
That not only that, but just when these crag cats descended upon this Yeti, it literally stared at one and screamed, and the crag cat froze like one of those fainting goats.
Whoa.
Interesting.
The argument I'm trying to make here is that crag cats are a CR1, Yetis are CR3. So, 3 times as powerful.
But 3 times the XP.
3 times the XP. Actually,
so
If you just want to relay that, that's fine.
yeah, I'll say that.
I'm not going to make a quote that. Kyra will respond. Oh, well, we'll put the pin in it for now. That's. Ooh. Sounds like big tall fellow. It's like yourself. And then she'll look over to. I forget his name.
Dr.
The
Scorenstein?
No, the morose innkeeper fella.
Oh, the morose one.
Yeah.
Owen Tarstanel.
I know I'm kind of like taking on the spotlight right here, but I promise this will be it. She'll ask, so how much longer do you think we'll have to wait to get a room?
Honestly, I don't know. You see, the town master has taken up the new town master has taken up residency here, and he has a business meeting going on. So, just wanted to make sure that there was no ruckus, nothing going on.
Well,
Much like everything in Icewind Dale, nothing going on.
well, hopefully it doesn't take too much longer. Do you mind if I play a little song just to pass the time?
Yeah, I guess it might liven up the spirits around here. And he just looks around to the empty room where there's like a cobweb or two just sort of like hung up in the corner. Everything else is fairly well maintained. It's just he sort of like focuses on this one sad, drab corner.
Anything special about this corner?
No, nothing. It's, in a sense, it is just playing on the fact that while, like, there is okay things about this place, he's fixated on the shittiest part.
Okay. I was like, as soon as you said that, I was like, wait, is this an important thing, or is this just another thing of, like, a player focusing on a minor detail that DM brought up?
Yeah, he's just sort of, like, sullenly staring.
Okay. She'll try to be respectful to the business meeting and just kind of quietly hum and slightly strum the lute, just a calming tone. And
definitely a very calm business meeting.
That is it for Kyra, I promise.
Okay, it's all good. All right.
Thank you for bearing with me.
All right.
All right, Justin, ready to get this business meeting on the road?
Some pineapple.
Ooh,
that didn't answer the question, but okay.
I got some sparkling pineapple water in my fridge. The new stuff that we
Harry Asia.
Yep. It's good. It's good. Honestly, it is probably one of the better ones that they've had in a long time.
I got jar trail
I'll
mix.
try it.
Fuck yeah.
I got a jar of dirt.
I got all kinds of shit around me.
No. Go lay
Try
down.
some banana chip.
Nice.
I got Pringles.
So, returning back to the room.
Patron.
The upstairs.
Star Wars fade out through
Yeah.
the scene.
As the
Upstairs.
as the flying snake comes back into the room, it lands on Skaith's shoulder, and he looks at
Unscathed. It lands on Skaith's shoulder unscathed.
Unscathed, yes. It lands on his shoulder, and as you're sitting there, he reads this. He opens up this little note that's attached to it, and he says, "Townmaster Nerith needs me to go and deal with some issues." And he looks over at the Townmaster, and he says, Townmaster, what seems to be the problem?" And
Didn't he run out of the room?
he tried.
And he was going to run back in?
Yes, he tried.
And I stopped him or some shit like that?
You guys already stopped him from leaving.
And just to reiterate, Yarad, Wu, and Groff are all in this scene.
Yes.
Why?
Yes.
See.
Oh, and Nirguri.
Well, yes, always.
Presumably.
Yeah, so I'm gonna put this back up. Yeah, so Nerith looks over to the three of you and says, "Now, we have a bit of a situation on our hands. Why don't the three of you have a seat? And Skaith will go and get your comrades that followed him."
Why would they do that? They didn't know we were coming here.
That I am unsure of. But I'm sure that they do not want to miss this, conversation, meeting of the minds and all. Skaith?
Oh, yeah, they probably want their share of the XP.
I'm sure.
Too meta.
I'm sure. Skaith, would you mind going down and retrieving our friend's comrades? Skaith nods, and he attempt. Do you let him leave the room? Because I know Wu was still standing in front of the door.
Wu is still standing in front of the door. He's not letting anybody leave.
And Nerith looks at you, and he says, "Excuse me, bounty hunter. Can you step aside so that the captain of the militia may go and perform his duties?"
He kind of looks over at the rest of the guys. He's like, "Should I move?"
Groff will just nod at
Kind
him.
of scratching his head.
Just nod to the side, telling him to move out of the way.
Gerard's just standing there, mumbling to himself, going, "Well, guess I was wrong. Guess. Oh, this is gonna be a mess to clean up."
After he gets that from you guys, he's gonna stand out of the way and kind of open up the door and just tells them to be quick.
He looks at Skaith looks at you and says, "It won't be long." He walks out and he leans over the banister that looks down onto the lower floor of this place. And the three of you, or the two of you that are down there, Smith and Kyra, you hear this door opening up, and as you look up, you see the tiefling that you guys were inadvertently following. And he leans over and he goes, "You three,
Well,
come on up here. We have some business."
we do? Who are you?
I am here with your friends. He looks back in. He says, the dwarf, the kid, and the hunter.
I'm not.
Well,
that young.
Cairo will turn to Smith and be like, well, that sounds like our friends.
And I just kind of nod, and I'll get up.
I really
Well-
want to push him off.
Our
I'm not
friend
doing
here-
it. I'm not doing it.
Our friend here is
I want
taking a nap. It'd just be us two coming up.
And Owen looks at you and he says, well, I guess if you're going to join the business meeting. He looks over at you, Smith. He's like, you can throw him on the bed in the first room. There's nobody there right now.
Oh, superb. What do we owe you?
Just pay me in the fact that you don't destroy my inn.
Oh, that seems
At
plainly
least for
fair,
now.
But, this guy's bringing me down.
You could definitely
all
tell
right.
he might be suffering from what's that, like that seasonal.
Depression?
Yeah, it's like that's seasonal. It's seasonal affective disorder.
That's it. I remember this acronym
Yeah.
was sad, but
He-
He
yeah,
only gets seasonal depression during the winter time, though.
which is
I'm getting.
which is forever now.
So here it's just depression.
Yep. Yeah. So I imagine you guys head up.
After, well, he probably doesn't need it, but helping Smith bring Dr. Scornstein into a room.
We
Just
could
put
say
him on the bed.
Yeah, we could say that Smith is carrying the dock. You're carrying the dock's bags.
Yeah.
So it is. Kavarda and I have established that Dr. Scornstein is narcoleptic, which I'm hoping to God that this helps play out of the fact, the fact that if he's not here or if he falls asleep during a session or something, which I love, because if he falls asleep in game or out of character, he falls asleep in game, which means if you guys are in the middle of a dungeon, you have to deal with the fact that now you have just a player down.
Oh, man. All right. I if it
damn
works, it works.
We'll see how it works.
All right.
All right. So yeah, you head up these lofty staircases that eventually bring you up to these gilded double doors, leading into a modest guest room. As I described before, there's some chairs, there's a table, there's a bookcase on the one wall, a roaring little, stove, oven, warming up the place fairly well, some animal skin rugs, and you also notice that on the, on a cabinet, you see a small cage that has 3 flying snakes in it. And as the two of you enter, Skaith is standing back now. He's now standing next to Nerith, and Nerith is.
Well, quickly, Kyra wants to greet the others. Oh, hello there, gentlemen. I am very curious to see how a trip to take a leak led to this.
Peter.
Fun
Mr.
story.
Troll.
I was on my way to take a piss. When I got to the piss, that being this man over here, I found out that piss was trying to take a shit all over the region and its people. He's playing with people's lives for money.
Explain.
To put into terms, this is the man in charge of the lottery, and it's a whole conspiracy to where after we discovered everything about how this gentleman here, I gestured towards Skaith, or what,
Yeah.
and go, still with pinching my nose, with him doing the lottery and rigging the lottery by taking money and everything else, the mayor knows about it, and in and agrees with it. It's a
Wait.
massive headache.
Hold on.
It's a
You're
right
rigging,
truck
you're rigging the lottery.
machine.
Yeah.
Skaith looks at you and he says, well, it's a way to make a quick couple gold. Yeah.
But these are people's lives. They're depending on you and the townmaster to lead them in these times.
Yes, and as we have done, a few gold leads to your life at the end of the month, does it not? A gold
And then
piece.
they die the very next day, do they not?
And Nerith actually steps forward at this point, and he says, actually, that was the first time that has happened. As much as you may despise my captain, he is not in the wrong. Now,
You're gambling souls, in a sense.
Can I do an insight check to see if I think he's telling the truth?
sure.
I would like to do that as well.
Yeah, go ahead.
Specifically, I guess, if this is the first time that
Well,
this has
damn.
happened.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was gonna ask,
24 is he fucking liar?
what specifically are you trying to discern from him, Justin?
Just like how people have tells whenever they're lying, like just see if he's talking out of the ordinary.
Like
Like
a
a-
nervous tick or something like that.
Yeah, or if he has like a weird inflection in his voice.
Did you also want to roll Altman?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you knew that I'm kind of focusing on his statement of this is the first time that somebody paid to be taken out of the lottery in a certain sense, but was killed.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I want to make sure I want to see if he's lying about that
Mhm.
specifically. So here we go.
Love the new dice, Justin, by the way.
Oh,
Right?
Yeah,
Researcher's
I figured.
dice.
Got buy them source book.
That's right. So as you
I don't have to. I just steal it from you guys.
So yeah, Kyra, you're unsure. You're
Yeah.
trying to gather anything from him. Garoff, this you've been in Icewind Dale long enough. This is the first time that something like this has happened. Like this string of murders. And the thing is since these sacrifices to Arl have begun in the various towns, you've heard that they, like, you haven't heard of, like a rash of murders happening after each one. So this is definitely something new, and the way that he's talking, while you haven't spent a lot of time with Speaker Nerith, you're not getting anything from him that would allude to him lying to you.
Okay. Fucking liar.
But
I wouldn't do an inside check on the DM.
I'm lying all the time. So yeah, he looks at all of you and says, "Yes, no, this is the first time, and in fact, it was the first time that it happened over in sorry, I gotta pull this back up. He says, in fact, it was the first time that it happened
Haven?
in East Haven and Brinshander, yes. Now, we have a bit of a situation on our hands, obviously. The
fact that you're gambling people's souls and you're sacrificing people knowing damn well that it hasn't been doing a thing at all for false sense of security? Is that the situation? That's what I've gathered.
I can tell you're not from the Dale.
Far from it, but I have connections to, let's put it that way.
Yes. Well, Connections. Something we all have, apparently. You see, when I came to Icewind Dale, I came here to Targos a few years ago, and I recognized there was something lacking in this region. There needed trade. You know, the folks here were, you know, they liked the previous the town speaker, but he didn't want the job anymore, and, well, I have a way with people. You see, the folk around here, well, they voted me. And through my hospitality, through my influence, I have made sure that during these harsh times that we face today, that Targos is still able to continue to prosper, and that we're able to continue operating the way that we used to. I mean,
By lowering the population when it gets too big.
no, it is not lowering the population. You see, a hunter who goes out could be killed by a yeti. Could be killed by a... and he gestures to Smith. He says, no offense, but could be killed by one of the barbaric tribes of the Dale for poaching on land. It's something that could happen. But, you see, when townsfolk band together, and they want to make sure that the influences of this tragedy are farther away than they need to be, well, a lottery, a sacrifice, helps. And to say that the townsfolk are against it, well, that's completely the opposite. The townsfolk were in favor of the lottery when this all started. I was hesitant at first, but it was what they wanted, and in fact, if you could blame anyone, you could blame them up in Bryn Shander. They were the ones who first started this, the biggest city, and wanting to sacrifice their criminals in order to appease the goddess. Now, is it wrong for somebody to be looking out for his own skin? Is it wrong for somebody to want to keep themselves out of it, or their loved ones, their family, their wife, their brothers, their sisters, sons and daughters? Is it wrong that they are looking out for themselves? It
is absolutely wrong. You're living in a community to survive better together. That's why you're in a community.
And that is true. But
you survive in numbers and cooperation.
And if these people...
You just tax the people and give them better living conditions instead of killing them off one by one and then collecting the gold and pocketing it when they want little Timmy on crutches not to be he's stabbed in front of the whole crowd.
You stabbed little Timmy?
Figure of speech, buddy.
And
okay.
He looks at you and he says, you... And, like, sort of just, like, taking a moment, he's like, I can tell you are not from around here at all.
Sorry, who's he referring to?
He's referring to Gerard. He says,
okay.
He says, you have no understanding of our ways of life up here. We do not just simply stab children. The lottery does not include children. That would be barbaric.
But, slaughtering their mother or father, traumatizing the kid, isn't far from barbaric at all either.
Tell me.
Or what do you do after
let alone a father or mother who can't afford the same level of exclusion as the others.
And what trauma does a child find more? To be swept away by a yeti in the night, to be frozen by the encroaching Rime, or knowing that their father, chosen to be given over to the goddess to protect his town and the people around him and his family. You
Everard's gonna go and sit down in the chair and lean forward and go, so do you have physical proof that these sacrifices are working, or is this all just hullabaloo, so to speak, just so you can keep control and keep the lottery going? Because if the kids think that this sacrifice is working because you tell them to as an official, they'll believe anything.
You were aware of what I said, that I was not the one who first brought this up. And
But you reason with the people as their elected official.
And as their elected official, I act upon their will. When we first started facing off against...
I'm sorry, is the rigged lottery with their will?
To anyone who would wish to pay into it, is to their benefit. Is that not...
Are they all aware of this deal?
I am... And Skaith's just sort of sitting there, he's like, I'm not quiet about it. If anybody wants to pay me, I mean, anybody can pay to get out of it.
So essentially it's eliminating the people that can't rig the lottery. Got it.
Nerith just sort of shrugs his shoulders. He says, I think we are looking at this the wrong way. You see, this is how things operate here. And
you don't have to convince me. You have to convince the big man here who's not quite happy.
Which one are you referring to?
I'm referring to the man holding the mug.
Oh.
Who's ready?
Yeah.
The big man who is 4 feet tall.
No.
The big 4 foot tall man.
The
Yeah,
big
thank
man
you.
who's 4 foot.
All big where it counts, you know. This is a fantasy game. I can pretend.
And he says he looks over at Groff, and he smiles and he says, "You mean the runaway guard from Baldur's Gate?"
Oh no.
Mr. Townmaster, I think I do understand. We are outsiders. We don't understand. I understand that we don't understand your customs and your ways here. So let me see if I can comprehend. You have this lottery, and it is the benefit of which deity now?
Well, he sort of, looks around like, well, obviously, but he says, Arl.
I'm sorry, what was that again?
Arl.
Arl?
Yeah.
Okay. Arl, then. And tell me, is Arl a benevolent god?
She is the...
Goddess, then.
She is the embodiment of Winter's wrath. She is evil incarnate.
So I want to approach him a little. I want to approach him a little bit, holding out my mug. So let me ask you, Mr. Townsmaster, would Arl approve of you reaping the benefits and taking bribes for a sacrifice in her honor? Because it seems to me that maybe, just maybe, I was sent here to splash a bit of reason into your face, and I splash my oil onto him.
There it is. Check out the oil.
Okay.
And that's when we discover that it's oil and not booze.
And I pull out from my tinderbox. What? Shit. And I go. So now, tell me, Mr. Townskeeper, whose wrath are you more afraid of now? Your townspeople, Arl, or the little bit of flit in my hand?
The Osmond had one request.
Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I know.
And
Kyrick definitely gasped at all this.
He's standing there and he goes, if you would have just listened, and he's like sort of like trying to like wipe it off, basically.
Is he successful in Red League wiping it off?
I mean, he is kind of spreading it in a way. He says, and you could see at this point, Skaith has pulled a crossbow as you did that, and Nerith has like held his hand back as he's like wiping himself off. He says,
Blue's got his hands on his swords.
Okay. He says, if you would listen to the whole story, you would understand we do not keep the gold for our own benefit. It is invested back into the town. I pay the wages of the fishermen here. If you do this, you will walk out of here a wanted man. The townsfolk will rally against you, and your corpses will be the ones sacrificed to Auril come the new moon. So you really do not have a choice here, but put that away.
I would like to walk up to Groff and try to whisper to his ear, look, Groff, maybe he's kind of got a point. We just got here, and maybe we should try to at least find out a little bit more about the town. I mean, can I do an insight check to see if he's telling the truth, that he like reinvests into the community with the bribe?
Sure.
Oh yeah, can I do that too?
Sure.
Insight, I guess. I'm assuming.
3?
Yeah, insight.
Holy shit, Justin.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
fuck this guy.
2 in a row.
Man.
Not 20,
It's
motherfucker.
rigged.
Excellent.
And
Now's the time to get those, though.
He's standing there, and, you don't have a reason not to believe him. Groff, you're, like, the rest of you, it's a tense situation. You're trying to read him as best as possible, Kyra, and, I feel like, being in one of maybe the first really tense situations, on this journey.
Yeah, I mean, fighting beasts is one thing, but, like, with people
Yeah.
and, like, civilization and consequences of that.
Yeah. Wu, that, like, it kind of makes a little bit of sense that you might believe him, considering, town masters have to be elected by popular vote, and also they can be put in and out of power as often as they want. So the fact that he has been town master for this long sort of says something, and Groff, just his confidence in the matter of him saying so, but something else is sort of nagging at you. You very rarely ever tell anyone that you're from Baldur's Gate. And the fact that he was able to get that sort of tells you that he's not playing around.
Yeah, he's got connections.
All right, so I'm under the impression he's very dangerous then.
And you see as he says this, Skaith is standing there. And it is not a hand crossbow. It is a heavy crossbow. That he had on his back, as well as his long sword on his side. And he has it aimed to the ground, and you see Nerith, he walks over to his one cabinet, and he opens up a door, and he pulls out this sort of glimmering handkerchief, and he starts to like wipe the oil, and you can see that there's almost like a magical shimmer to it, as you see the oil beginning to just disappear.
Gerard, still sitting in the chair, just goes, "Listen, I know all about holy deities. Trust me on that one. Isn't there something else you can do besides human sacrifices? Like, you say you pay the fishermen. Pay them for the fish, offer fish. I don't know what this... Did the goddess specifically come down to you and say, I want humans?"
The townsfolk, we of the bigger cities, we have more people to protect. You see, when each one of the towns started to be inflicted by this, cragcats, yetis, druids worshipping Auril, these frost nomads coming here, seeking violence. And Smith, you definitely know this to be the case. Ever since the Everlasting Rime has started, there has just been more and more, aggressive actions from the native, Arctic wildlife, as well as these frost druids that sort of, reside here in the north and worship Auril. They've all congregated here, and they do cause a lot of issues. And those of you who live in Icewind Dale, you know that this is the case. He looks at you, Gerard, and he says, some towns that can only afford a few things, well, they sacrifice their warmth for the night. The smaller towns, they sacrifice some food for the day. But the bigger cities...
My notes real fast that there are other sacrifices going on, but not human sacrifices.
Yeah, here, I will put it in... I'll put it in here. So there is humanoid.
Okay.
There is food. And there is warmth. So, for example, the town you guys started in, Bremen, they actually are so small that they do not have the towns... They are not big enough to sacrifice the warmth of anything else. So, they do not have the people to sacrifice to Auril, so they instead sacrifice their warmth. They basically, there's no lights, there's nothing turned on, no candles, nothing like that. But other cities, depending on which one, for example, Caer Konig, they sacrifice food. So these towns, they take a day's catch, they take, whatever food they can, and it's given out to the creatures here. And Nerith is sort of explaining this to you, and he says, the towns are protected by these sacrifices. Those who wander the tundra are to the wilds themselves. They risk that. But here in town, it is not something we wanted to do. I am not sitting here saying that I was looking to sacrifice people, but if it saves the town from more attacks where more will die, then it is worth it. And yes, if somebody has a few gold that they're willing to put forward to keep their name out of it, and it's something that I can reinvest into the town that I am trying to build up, you all come here with this... He sort of looking at you, Gerard, because he knows that you're not from there. He says, you come to this place here for, I can imagine, nary a day, and you assume that you are wary of the trials and tribulations that we have been dealing with for years. The fact that I am trying to build up this town as a trading post, that is the goal. But we face the issues that we do.
Like I've said, I have connections, so I have a general gist of what's going on in this land.
Then you should understand that there is...
not...
Sorry, say it again?
It's not right, and you know it, and there's other ways.
The ethics of it are always questionable. But it has stopped us from being attacked. by the forces of Aru. And if that is the case, and I can keep my townsfolk safe, and they have all agreed to this, it is to their benefit to seek other avenues. Now,
Do you... sorry, go ahead.
No, good.
Kyra would like to speak up and say, do you mind if we converse amongst ourselves for a moment? I need to sort of level with my comrades here.
Oh, please.
And so she'll try to get everyone to huddle around on the opposite end of the room, and she'll whisper to everybody else, "Look, I really don't like him. I really don't like this plan going on here. I don't even know if these sacrifices actually work for these communities, but they seem to believe that it does. So, and look, we're getting nowhere here. They certainly have something going on. I don't know. Can anybody tell if this is really the first time that this has happened? That somebody who has bribed their way out of the lottery was actually murdered?
All we know is that there's been a string of murders, and apparently they're all linked to this lottery. Right? That's the information we have that Wu has, at least.
I don't trust him.
What you are aware of is that there has been a string of murders, that in each of the cases, it has been in a town where the lotteries of death are held. You are also aware that there is a roving merchant named Torgs who has been in each town where each one of the murders occurred.
Yeah.
We could always leave here and go see about the Wandering Merchant. Maybe he has something to do with it if he's in town, but...
We could burn this building to the ground.
Well, no,
But then we're enemy number one.
Just options.
Osmond does really not want that. We've got
burn the town master
in the room downstairs.
Saying, I know techniques. Give me a hot knife. I'll get him talking.
Is this something? I have a lot of questions about that, but we need to.
Urethra.
I think we need to at least hear them out. We're clearly not getting anywhere trying to convince them to stop this lottery or it's wrong or anything like that. They seem to think that, like I said, these, this person who bribed their way out of the lottery was still murdered. So something going on here. Maybe they know something, and maybe we can at least put a stop to that. And I don't know. Maybe they can help us, or maybe shit. Maybe we can.
Who kind of looks over at you and says,
maybe we can at least solve
a lot of maybes.
Maybe we could at least solve a little bit of problems here.
Roth will be like, all right. You think it's
all
best?
That's all I can suggest.
If you think it's best, we can help the people. Then I'm in.
Yes, obviously.
But if helping the people means taking out these two, that's what I'm going to do too.
Well, that's kind of the thing.
We'll literally
we just got to get down.
We'll literally, figuratively burn that bridge when we get there.
I'll hold off until you all are convinced.
Okay, let's get back to them.
As you turn around,
look at the town master, and I say, "You get a stay of execution, you grace."
Oh.
As you turn around, you see that you see that Nerith has moved over to the oven where he had a kettle sitting on top of it, and he has in a little cupboard above it some cups. And as you all break from your huddle, he turns around and he says, "Would you like some tea while we discuss this opportunity?"
Who says he doesn't drink from strangers?
As a sign of solidarity, Cairo will politely ask for a drink of tea.
Sugar or honey?
Honey.
I have the best Cormyrian honey around. It's
Cormyr?
Yes.
That's a long way from here.
It is, but The battlefield of the roses has some of the best bees around that make the best honey. It is divine. It has a very floral scent to it. I think you will enjoy it. And he pours a glass of tea, and you see that he goes into this container and spoons out some honey and mixes it up and hands it to you and looks at everyone else. And anyone else enjoy a cup?
Thank you.
I'll take mine with some honey and a bit of rum if you got it.
I have some whiskey.
That'll do.
And he makes you up a cup as well. And
Because I think we're in a too cold of a climate for rum.
I nod in gratitude.
Okay. He looks at Gerard and Smith.
I'm good for now.
No, thank you.
So clearly we have disagreements about this lottery, but there's clearly something going on with this murder.
Yes.
I think we should focus on that since you invited us here, which I'm sure is what you want to talk to us about.
You see, yeah, it is. You are perceptive, little one. I can imagine you are a fledgling of only a few years from the nest.
Well, I'm technically an adult in Orocroco terms, but yeah, still young in the ways of the world, I suppose.
Yes, years in the Aarakocran lifespan are stunted, unfortunately.
Didn't need that reminder.
He says,
not in character.
and he sort of pauses and he says, if you don't mind me asking, it's not often that an Aarakocra finds its way to these parts. What has brought you here?
Well, it's funny that you mentioned Cormyrean honey. I'm around from the Sunset Mountains around there. You see, I was traveling with my mentor, Eredin, an Elagiran bard, much like myself. We went around sharing tales and songs of legends past, and we tried to make it big in the big city, but those people have heard all the good stories already, and I'm here to try and find out new, exciting tales to share.
I see. Icewind does have a storied history, after all. And you, young one, what brings you and your Tanuki?
Correct. Niraguri calls him a bastard in Sylvan.
In Sylvan Returned, he calls him
Holy shit.
he calls him a wet dog.
Oh, God.
Wait,
At that
so
point, I'm assuming he's baring his teeth, and I just kind of like push him down, and I'll just go, interesting. Not many people can understand him besides myself. You're a very interesting individual, to say the least.
Wait, I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. Who said wet dog in Sylvan?
Nerith did.
Oh, holy shit.
And he nods and he says, well, when you spend most of your life growing up in the city of Sails, you learn many languages.
Damn.
So, what brings? Sorry, did you say what brought you there?
I did not yet.
Okay. Sorry, and yeah, so he's still looks at you.
Call it a favor that I owe to a very close friend that brought me here.
And he nods. And he looks at the rest of you and, meets the eyes of Smith and says, I find it strange that Goliath would voluntarily choose to associate with such an eclectic group. I imagine you are an outcast?
He's just getting
You could say that.
Fuck this guy.
He nods. And he looks at Groff.
Sorry.
And,
Sorry, real quick.
Go
What
ahead.
did Smith say in response to him?
You could say that.
Oh.
And he nods, knowingly. And he looks at Groff and Wu. And he says, I know enough about the two of you to know why you're here. And
I'll finish up my tea at that point and be like, would you mind another?
No, please.
It's been a long day.
And he gestures for Skaith to pour you another cup. And when he says that, he says, Skaith, inside the cupboard, in the brown container, go ahead and mix one of those in for our dwarven companion. And you see he walks over and he pulls out a cinnamon stick. And
Ooh, cinnamon.
he says, if I am not mistaken, this was the particular flavor of one of the signature drinks from your time in the past.
I'm gonna just bold-faced
God
lie and be like,
damn.
don't have a clue what you're talking about, but I do like a cinnamon stick.
Gerard's sitting there, and he just.
Dude, I want to do an insight check if Groff is lying. Because he mentioned Baldur's Gate, and Groff kind of flinched at that. I want to see if Groff is lying. Can I do that?
I mean, if you want to try and roll, if it's something that Groff is trying to hide, Groff
At least in the moment, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, go ahead and if you want to roll that deception, Groff.
Versus my insight?
Well, we can even say for Kyra, your passive insight would have passed it.
Oh.
You're noticing a little bit of trepidation from Groff. Something that sort of struck a nerve.
Gerard will then speak in Sylvan himself. You know quite a lot about this mystery group that just showed up literally nearly a day, I think you said? A day ago? Yes, something about you, sir.
As Skaith is handing Nerith a cinnamon stick as well, and he's mixing it into his tea, he sort of gives you a wink, and in Sylvan back he says, well, as we both agree, connections.
Jeez.
And he looks.
This guy is starting to be like the elusive man from Mass Effect. God damn.
And he looks over at Wu, and he
Gonna have
says,
the same waveform too.
Yeah. He looks over at Wu and says, and I suppose that you're right now the ones sort of guiding this ragtag bunch, considering you were hired for this. How is
Kind of
she?
nods and says, "You're not wrong."
He pauses.
And he kind of with a question look in
And
his face. How is who?
No, your name's Woo.
How,
The whiskey's starting to kick in.
how is Trollbane? It's been a while.
He kind of looks. Go on.
He says, it's been a while since I've seen the old mercenary.
Maybe it's a good thing Gerard
He
hasn't
kind of looks.
told you the whole story of why he's here yet.
Looks with a puzzled look on his face. How do you know Trollbane?
He says, well, when you get around, it's not uncommon to come across in my old line of work a bounty hunter or two. I mean, I can see it in your eyes. I know what you're after. And, right now, we have aligned interests. You see, about a year ago or so, this group, these two druids, frost druids, sisters, they were traveling from town to town and started to convince the townsfolk of this necessity where sacrifices needed to be made in Arl's name. And they stirred up the townsfolk to no end. It was that moment that us townsfolk convened. And while we wanted to avoid it, the speakers, isolated in Dugan's Hole and Goodmead, well, they were convinced. It was around that time that I saw this as an opportunity. Drum up some extra coin for the town. But other towns started to fall into line. Now the sacrifices have become a part of this. I would never wish this upon anyone. See, if this all was all over, well, we wouldn't have to sacrifice anyone. If this was done, life could go back to normal here. Trade could resume. And the towns would go back to livelihood as it was before. And he sort of looks over at Smith and he says, the tribesmen would not be warring as much with one another, as the elk would return, and the wild game would return, and the townsfolk would not be in constant fear of death or attack out on the roads. If somebody could put an end to all of this. And I assume...
kind of looks at him and...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
kind of just looks at him and says, how much?
To think I would have enough gold in the world to pay you all to go on a suicide mission. And you see Skaith, he's sort of standing behind him and he laughs. And he says, yeah, right. Like you could all end the rhyme of the Frostmaiden. What are you? What, a baby bird? A child with a raccoon? An old curmudgeon dwarf? A hunter who doesn't know his foot from a boot in the snow? And a dumb Goliath? And a
Oi.
drunk?
You, listen to me. Fetch me another tea and shut your mouth. I'll show you what I can do with a hot knife.
And he Skaith, sort of gets a bit of a, tempered look on his face, and he looks down at Nerith, and Nerith says, fetch him a drink. They are our guests. Skaith, he walks away, goes and gets you another drink.
Goddamn right.
Nerith looks at you and he says, well, Skaith is a bit more blunt. The reality is that Icewind Dale is dying. The writing is on the walls. Somebody needs to put an end to this. There's not enough gold in any of the towns up here to pay a single group to do so. To do would be to take this on through various means of goodwill. I'm sure you can find work out there. But it would be difficult. The reward, in the end, Maybe fame, maybe notoriety, maybe some gold and some treasure. There has been plenty of times that a traveler has fallen in the snow, left behind what they have sought, and it lays out there in the blinding white. If you think that you can put an end to this, so that these sacrifices can finally end, you would have my gratitude, to say the least. But again, it is a suicide mission that I wish upon nobody.
I'm just in it for the adventure, buddy, so might as well.
And you say that...
Sorry, go ahead.
You say that we do this and the sacrifices will stop?
If Auril is stopped, if the Rime of the Frostmaiden is brought to an end, there is no need for sacrifices. Things in the Dale would go back to the way they were years ago.
All right.
Suddenly we can't just go off and try and kill this Auril. We're going to need to start somewhere, surely.
That is the case. See, you could. He sort of chuckles. He says, "You could go and face her. You could go and face her right now." He says, "It is."
But that's what I'm saying. It's like we should not to do that.
Why not?
It sounds like she's a goddess, and it sounds like she is Winter's Wrath, the embodiment of Winter's Wrath itself, is what I heard, I think.
Yep.
You make a good point, lad.
Lass.
It's the whiskey.
It's
good whiskey.
I really I probably don't... No, never mind. Go on.
He looks at you, and he says, "No, there... Well, it is very well known where Auril resides. And he has on his wall a map of Icewind Dale. He also has a map of Targos itself. But he points out into the... Oh, motherfucker, I did get rid of these two maps.
Oh, no.
No, it's all good. I just have to...
Nope, campaign's over. He deleted the map.
Yeah, baby.
All right, good campaign, guys.
No!
Yay. That's such a short session.
Oh.
All right, everybody reroll your characters. You're on a boat.
Not again.
No,
Left 4 Dead?
not again. I can't do it again.
Rest in peace, Mark.
If we're doing that, I don't need to reroll. I don't need to roll a new character. I'm just going to use my level 20 Warby.
And he gestures off to the Sea of Moving Ice. He says, "It's very well known that Auril resides somewhere out on the Sea of Moving Ice. Guarded, built by the Frost Giants from what I've heard. But to even get there, to face whatever the islands offer, that is another thing." Again, sort of, looking across the group, quietly judging all of you, he says, "I can imagine most of you have, well," and, sort of looking at Garoff and Wu and Smith and saying, "Well, I can imagine you have seen some battle. I imagine you have not truly dug your heels into what this realm has to offer. And as for the two of you, greenhorns, I can imagine you still have a lot to learn."
I don't know about that. I befriended a lake monster the other day.
True story, he did.
It was hours ago.
Yeah.
It was literally
it was hours ago.
6 hours
Yeah.
ago.
I don't know. To me, it feels like
I
it's
know.
been 3 weeks.
I know.
We've done one long rest, or at least
Yeah.
me and your have here in this land.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rod will just say, I've experienced some of the horrors here. Friend of one of the lake monsters. Good times.
It wasn't that bad. The lake monster was actually kind of funny.
The lake monster of
Kind of
Bremen.
nice.
Yes.
Yes.
You see, this is what I was referring to. Connections. Building up a network. This is your first step. If you are looking to bring down Arl, one of the first things you must do is get stronger. To build relationships. If you are looking to rid Icewind Dale of the tragedy that it faces, you're going to need help. You're going to need alliances. And I, as town speaker of Targos, I'm willing to not so much bankroll this, but I'm willing to offer you some assistance. It is a bit of a mutual benefit for me to assist you, because if this is all put to an end, my goals for this town can go back to where they were, being a trading hub for the North, going back to seeing the ships sailing Mer Dualden once again. And in your case, it is a benefit to have me as an ally more than it is an enemy. As your friend here said, it is good to have connections. You will find if you wrong me, I have connections. Now,
Maybe it's a good thing I didn't light him on fire, eh?
he sort of laughs and he says, I must give...
Did you say that out loud?
Yes.
Wes, as Nerith is talking about like connections and all that, and given that he knows so much about all, at least everybody else, Kyra's just kind of making sideways glances at Groff that because he was seconds away from lighting him on fire.
Yeah, and he looks at you and he says, yes, that was ballsy. But...
Flaming Fist. 101. Basic techniques.
That is what I would imagine from somebody of a manip. So...
Whoosh.
The offer is on the table. Put an end to this, and I will offer my assistance. We will see an end...
I say we... Sorry, go ahead.
He says, we will see Icewind Dale return to its former glory, and I can continue on my path of making Targos a respite for trade. And you can go on and tell your stories and keep true to, and looking at Kyra, he says, tell your stories. And he looks at Gerard and he says, keep true to your promise. And he looks at Groff and he says, bring honor back to your name. And he looks at Wu and he says, go after that elusive hunt and collect that achievement. And he looks at Smith and he says, and prove yourself to your tribes. And then,
Roy chuckles a little
oh,
bit after he says, keep your promise, and I'm not going to say anything else. I'm going to let him finish before I do what I want to do.
And then he sort of, he sort of pauses and rambles and goes, yes, and I guess the sleeping doctor downstairs is,
We'll fill him in on the way.
He's one hell of a doctor, that's for sure.
Well, it is best that you keep an eye on that one. He if you are associating with him, it's may behoove you to keep him pepped up. And what were you going to say, Jared?
So stab him in the toe every once in a while?
Yeah. He chuckles.
You can heal that, right?
After
Kinda, yeah.
Aurora will look at him and kind of walk up to him, like kind of away from the group. And
Walk
lean
up to
over
who?
towards him, Neareth.
Okay.
And I'll say it in Sylvan, knowing nobody else can hear it, but I'll kind of whisper it just in case as well, and just be like,
Give me a minute, I can. But go on.
"And due to this newfound alliance, are you willing to part with one of those flying snakes of yours, just in good terms and services? Because where your connections are high and mighty, as I've explained, my connections are more with the nature."
And he looks at you and he
I mean,
roll.
and then in common, I'll kind of turn around and gesture, being like, "When's the last time you've seen a 18-year-old or a kid walking around with a tanuki?
I can honestly say
Or
I
be-
haven't.
Or befriending a lake monster, which you've obviously heard about?"
Roll me an insight check.
First roll of the day. Here we go. Garbage.
Okay. He smiles and he
Your
says,
first roll of the day.
he smiles and,
Yeah, my first roll.
and he says, it is as a show of good faith. As much as I love my little critters here, I am sure that I can fathom up another one. I will.
The fuck?
Sorry, I was going to say something else, and then I looked at the word forest, and for some reason I just got the F-O, and it was like I'm like fathom.
Fathom.
Yeah. So there was a reason why I said that. It doesn't make any sense. But he pauses and he looks at you and he says, as a show of good faith, I will agree. You are free to pick from one of my 3 pets.
I'm probably just going to pick whichever one is friendlier because of the animal handling, in all honesty.
Well, I'll say.
Well,
What's the third one?
Well, I will say there's a red one, a yellow one, and then a green one.
okay. Oh, Erard will also, I was going to say, just to like influence a bit more, Erard will say, technically that way you can still keep tabs on us.
And he's got this little bit of a shit-eating grin on his face.
Yeah.
And he says, You
Connections.
Connections.
They still speaking in Sylvan.
Yes.
No, that.
Oh.
Well, I was gonna say, you know what? We'll have it all the way up in Sylvan, but then Erard with the shit-eating grin on his face and Neareth with his both say connections in common.
Yep.
Oh boy.
That works. So yeah, basically it is just a flying snake. But there's one, like the yellow one is native to the desert. The green one is native to the forest, and the red one was native to a volcanic island in the south.
The green one.
Okay.
It fits more with the forest.
Sure.
Now I have a snake and a tanuki. Yay!
Yeah.
Keep going, but I'll be right back as soon as I can.
Yep. Yeah, for what it's worth, this is what it looks like. So.
Oh.
A lizard with wings.
Right.
We roll initiative yet?
No.
Did I miss anything?
No. You know what? Actually,
no.
oh no, I still got some juice. Dude, I'll tell you what. I started.
I'm adding him as a pet.
Yeah. I was gonna say, go ahead and add him as an extra, because then I can throw him in. I know. Let me see. I don't know.
And buddies.
Yeah, we do.
Dabba dabba do?
Yabba dabba dabba, bitch. Oh yeah, do it again. Oh, I didn't mean it.
I can do it anytime you want, Lucas.
Everard will also, now speaking and comment after the connections thing, just go, don't you start double-crossing us either, because I know a thing or two about animals that might possibly lead me into knowing if you're planning stuff as well.
And
Let's keep our connection working together.
And he, again, he's got this smile on his face.
Yeah,
and-
we're literally just staring at each other with shit-eating grins.
Did I miss anything?
No.
I have a flying snake.
Well,
Yeah.
And we're still...
Connections.
Yes, connections. We're still standing there with
Connections.
shit-eating grins.
Yep.
I could just kill them all right now. They would never know.
I know they
What?
would.
Sorry, the
sure I
whiskey.
didn't know.
That was the whiskey talking. Can I have another?
We hear the doctor in the other room. I want to do an autopsy.
He does go over. He does make you another cup, but he is out of whiskey.
Damn. Wonder if that oil will get me drunk.
I would not recommend drinking. I would not recommend drinking oil.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yes.
Probably wouldn't be his first time.
Yeah, you'd probably be right.
This probably wouldn't be his last time either.
Oh yeah, you'd probably be right.
God.
How is that behind you, Jared?
The dog? Or the
couldn't
guinea
tell
pig?
if it was a dog.
There's a fat
dog.
guinea pig there. There's a dog here who just laid down. There's another dog somewhere in this house, but he's blind, so he's kind of doesn't move a lot.
All right. Well, since we're agreeing to this, with your connections, where do you think we should start with this murder that happened here, but with the lottery?
And he looks over at Wu, and he says,
Woo, woo, woo.
What did old Trollbane tell you so far?
Told us about the murders here, East Haven, and Frenchslander. Then there is a hunch or a thought that there might be another one at Tourmaline. Tourmaline?
Tourmaline.
Tourmaline. So, and that's what we got from her. And then from your buddy over there, the fellow with the blue eyes. So I think if we find him over there, he might be a good person to talk to while we're there
Do we think that
during the next
Go ahead.
shenanigans. Lottery.
Do we think that the fellow with the eyes is also the merchant?
Skaith steps forward. He says, "No. The man that I spoke to, he had these piercing white eyes. I've never seen him
They're
before,
piercing blue eyes.
but he
I could be horribly wrong on this, but did the lake monster give a description of the guy that gave him powers as well?
Just being a druid, I think.
just being a druid, correct?"
Gotcha.
Mostly in the service of Aurel, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
That is the case.
Who has blue eyes? A blue eye fellow.
I
I have 3 in my deck.
fucking hate you.
I'm not talking about your white dragon there, buddy.
Yeah, I forget.
He's been doing this all day, and it's just been resulting in Brendan screaming at him at high volumes all day.
Yeah, you guys remember how that goes.
Yeah, I forget who told us about blue eyes.
No, that was it was Skaith.
Yeah.
All I have
Is it-
is something about.
Didn't
All
he
I
have
have is
blue eyes, not white eyes?
Nope, they were piercing blue eyes. Here, I will.
Yeah, piercing blue eyes. You had said white
The
eyes.
DM's confusing his OC material. Get him!
Sorry,
That would be the first time.
Are they blue or are they white?
they are blue.
Doing.
They're blue like ice.
A little bit ago, you said white.
Sorry, I may have.
Oh,
I'm like, wait.
Wait, he's
White.
a tiefling?
No. Skaith looks at you and he says, "No, he was human."
referring to the merchant or
Referring to the man that he told about the bribe.
Sorry, I was just making a bad joke
Oh.
from whenever Skaith was human, and then you were like, "Oh, he's."
Oh, yeah. God damn it.
So, Steve, I understand you're not a fan of us or anything like that, but by chance, did you tell this gentleman with the blue eyes who bribed you the most gold to get out of the lottery?
No, I told him about the most recent one.
Was the most recent one the gentleman that got killed by chance?
He nods.
Well, I guess we might have our guy then.
And Nerith looks at you and he says,
the name of the man murdered was Terran.
"Yes, master shipbuilder.
Yeah.
I'd shared a drink with him."
Oh, Terran. The one who was murdered.
That's what my notes say.
You just had Terran and then blue-eyed fellow.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he looks at all of you and he says, "Well, my best guess would be no, he doesn't say that. Sorry, he looks at you and he nods after hearing all this and he says, "We gathered the same information. And it was also suspicious that he happened to be traveling with Torgs."
Terran?
No. The
Torg,
Blue Eyes Fellow.
yes.
The merchant dude.
the Torg's traveling
Shit,
merchant.
I gotta fucking move around.
It's-
Alright, you just fucking get
Leave your paw alone. Your paw's
I'm-
fine.
I keep an eye on Torgs whenever he's in town. And I know that he was recently
Who
traveling.
or what is that?
Torgs?
The Torg's traveling merchant
Yeah,
that we've heard about was in town when the killing happened.
right. Yeah, so basically, so this is actually information that, Wu and Groff and Smith would know. So basically, Torga Icevein is, actually, I don't actually know if it says anything on here whether they're... Nope, never mind. She. Anytime I said he or him, referring to Torgs, replace that with feminine pronouns. So, the three of you know that Torga Icevein, also known as Torgs, is a traveling merchant who comes up to Icewind Dale that sort of operates out of a traveling cart where they set up canopies and stuff like that. You know, most of the stuff on there, it's probably nothing that you guys would have ever, you know, dug too much into or, like, really, you know, actually bought stuff, because most of the stuff that she has is extremely overpriced. But unfortunately, in these trying times, most people are willing to pay a little bit more for a little bit less. So...
Sounds like me!
Yeah.
Graphics card.
But, yeah, he says, Nerith looks at you and he says, I did find it a bit suspicious that shortly after she had left, that the body of Terran was found. It is odd. She's never done something like this, and I would be remiss to believe that she would do it, but that I cannot say. But if she has somebody with her that is under her employ that is doing this, well, it would benefit the towns to find this person and put an end to him.
Who kind of nods and agrees.
That's step one, I guess.
So
the murders have been happening after they depart.
I can only tell you that the bodies have been found after they have already left town. At least that is the information that I got from East Haven and Brinshander.
Do you know anything about the method of murder? Or cause of death, rather?
Terran. Fortunately, Terran had a stab wound. But there was no murder weapon. Nothing to be found.
And nothing about anybody else?
You know what, let me check.
Meanwhile, I'm so sorry. I don't know why I keep getting confused.
No, it's all
We
good.
got traveling merchant named Torga. Goes by Torg's traveling merchant or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't actually I don't actually think it gives like a through and through name of
Her name shall be
no
Steve.
of like what she like. It's like, yeah, it literally just says small traveling merchant company called Torgs, owned and operated
Okay.
by a shady dwarf named Torga Icevein.
Okay. And Blue Eyes is traveling with them.
So we think.
Supposedly.
Or so seems to be the assumption.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
oh yeah.
And these people aren't in Targos anymore?
And Skaith shakes his head no, and he says no. They were heading north, I believe up towards Termalaine.
And so Wu will kind of think to himself and trying to figure out how long it'll take to get there from where we're at, along with how much time will it be until the next lottery.
Well, the next lottery is not for another month.
Oh, that's right. It's
What
like once a
about in
month.
the other towns?
Um.
Or do you all do it
Yeah,
at the
that's-
same time?
Oh, he says no. It is all done on the night of the new moon.
The new moon was coming up in a couple of days.
Hold on, let me pull it up because I have the calendar here.
It is like literally 10 days from now.
Yep. Yeah, it's 10 days.
Okay.
Mileage up to Termaline is 9 miles.
And how many miles was it from Targos, from Bremen to Targos? We
1.5.
got there in like.
It takes, you guys are, so on foot. So if you guys had some kind of mobility like dog sleds, you could travel at 1 mile an hour, and then you would have to take intermediate rest because obviously the dog sleds are not able to just keep going indefinitely. Sled dogs must take a short rest
Just something.
after pulling for an hour, otherwise they gain a level of exhaustion. But the thing is you can carry a lot more. So that's sort of the reality there. But on foot with snowshoes, you guys can travel at a half mile an hour.
Oof, all day then. 18 hours.
Would it be renting the dogs,
I mean,
or would it be purchasing?
as somebody who is native to Icewind Dale, you are aware that you can buy them or you can rent them. But the prices are fairly steep.
What are the prices, just so I can have it
To rent
an
them,
idea? So
to rent them is 5 gold an hour. And to straight up purchase them is 50 gold.
But then you have upkeep and all that. Gotta feed them.
Exactly. You have to feed them, you have to care for them, make sure that they're sheltered whenever they're not, whenever you're not using them.
Don't need them.
There's the map that I use, by the way. This will show you all of the distances from the different towns, the miles, and then the overland travel. Just for reference. I will always be able to pull it up in an instant if you guys need it.
Yeah.
Nerith also tells you, because I know you asked it, and I was looking into it, that the rumors that he heard from the other towns, from Brenshander and East Haven, is that each of that the other two were killed in similar fashions. That it was a stab wound, but there was no murder weapon laying around.
Alright, so, god damn it. My next question is going to be, how much would the upkeep for the dog sled be per day or whatever?
Oh man, you are going to make me Google.
Probably gonna be not cheap.
My. Well, you Google that. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, do your thing.
If you're going to give me this information, Wu will want a different way to travel quicker, just walking.
He wants a quicker way than just walking.
Oh, way to save time if if we need to get to places much quicker than...
Well, it sounds like the dog sled. Can a dog sled even carry 6 people?
No.
Oh.
That is
You're
something.
That was going to be another question.
Pretty much going to need a dog sled for each person then, huh?
For the most part, at least, well, the thing is that, like, so, if you picture a dog sled, like, since you guys aren't hauling a bunch of stuff, this is, here we go.
It can pull 360 pounds.
Right. So that's sort of the argument. So if you look at it this way, this picture that I just...
Kyra's very light.
Right. That was sort of what I was going to get at. Like, if you sort of look at this, you could make the argument that one of you could be, guiding the dog. One of you could be sitting on it. You would need 3 of them. The doctor is fairly small. He's fairly light. Kyra is fairly small and light. Gerard is fairly small and light. So you could each pair up, like, it could be like, Garoff and Gerard, Wu and Kyra, and Smith and the doc. But yeah, I mean, the general rule of thumb on long distance races is to maintain an equal run rest schedule. So if you would have gone on the trail, so I would say if you want, while it does say by the rules that must take a short rest after pulling a sled for 1 hour, yeah, I think I'm gonna maintain that. Hold on, let me see if I have anything else here that might give me a little bit better insight. Guides. Where's my cheat sheet?
Roll for insight.
Roll for insight.
Looking for insight.
Yeah, must rest 1 hour after each hour of travel. Yeah.
Well, if that's a 9-hour trip, it'll take us 18 hours.
Which is the same amount of time it would take you guys to go on foot. The difference is that you guys aren't risking exhaustion. So, like, if you guys are walking, because realistically, you can only walk for 8 hours. That's sort of the limitations on, how far, a player can walk in a day. So it would be about a 2-day travel. Yeah, because
so we're kind of looking at 1 day, but takes 18 hours, but we won't have to stop and camp out.
Well, yeah. I mean, basically, because if you guys wanted to go from Targos to Termaline, it would take you 2 days by foot. But if you got dog sleds, you could go a mile, and then you'd have to stop for an hour. So it would take you an hour, because the dogs can move in an hour, 1 mile an hour.
Hours.
And then you'd have to stop for an hour, and then you could travel for another. So it's still going to take you 18 hours. The difference is that you're sort of just pushing through it.
Yeah.
And yeah, basically, like, you guys could push, if you guys were walking it yourself, you could walk, like, the 4.5 miles and then rest, and then walk the other 4.5 miles. Yeah, because it says...
I could walk 500 miles, and then
walk 500
walk
more?
500 more.
Mm-hmm. Here we go.
Total stuff.
Yeah. Characters covering long distances cross-country. Overland movement is measured in miles per hour or miles per day. A day represents 8 hours of actual travel time. A character can walk 8 hours in a day of travel without a problem. Walking for longer than that can wear them out. Hustle. A character can hustle for 1 hour without a problem. Hustling for a second hour between sleep cycles deals 1 point of non-lethal damage, and each additional hour deals twice the damage taken the previous round. A character who takes any non-lethal damage from hustling becomes fatigued. A fatigued character can't run or charge and takes -2 to strength and dex. Eliminating the non-lethal also eliminates the fatigue. And forced march. In a normal day of walking, a character walks for 8 hours. The rest of daylight's time is spent making and breaking camp, resting, and eating. So that's sort of a character can walk for more than 8 hours in a day by making a forced march. For each hour of marching beyond 8, a con check DC 10 plus 2 per extra hour is required. If the check fails, the character takes 1d6 points of non-lethal damage. If you take any amount of this damage, you are fatigued. Eliminating the non-lethal eliminates fatigue. So, yep.
We technically have 10 days, about half mile per hour. We would just have to attempt to camp out in the wilderness, though.
I don't know if we can afford dog sleds, though.
Yeah.
I do
how much
not.
are dog sleds again?
Sorry, what, Justin?
How much were dog sleds again?
50 gold apiece, but you could rent them.
gold.
You could rent them for 5 gold an hour.
Yeah, I cannot afford that. I only got 12 gold.
Yeah,
I have to do so many performances to even get close to that.
Most people that are renting them are going out for like a half an hour.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what I figured.
Yo,
I'm not even sure if they would let us like take their dogs to a whole other town.
I mean,
Like, how would they get paid?
yeah. Well, you would pay them there, and then there might be, like back in the day, in my last campaign, there was that you guys were literally on the on the adventure's front end of opening up a horse depot in that gnome town. Oh God.
Can you hear me?
Thunder
Yes.
hooves. That's what they were.
Yeah.
The mechanical horses.
Did everybody hear me?
No, I did not.
Yeah,
Yep.
we can hear you.
Do what?
He asked if we can hear him.
Oh,
And
I'm
you
sorry.
Said no,
I thought you
can't.
said if you did hear.
I was gonna say, like, wait, somebody said yes, somebody said no. I was like, wait, how do they
Yeah.
know to say no if they can't? My headset, I accidentally unplugged it, so that's all. Okay, so Kyra's gonna say, well, it sounds like we need to figure out some travel arrangements to get to Tamerlane, but at least it sounds like we have a little bit of time. Don't suppose you can use any connections to get us maybe a little bit of a discount for dog sleds? It sounds like that's the fastest option.
It is. Well, I think the best I could make would be to get you. Russell normally charges 5. He does owe me a bit of a favor. I might be able to get you a gold an hour.
Oh,
Don't know if
That
that
sounds
is
a lot
within
more
your
affordable.
budget.
we'll have to think about it. Shall we meet again later? Maybe tomorrow? What
Maybe-
do you think, group?
Maybe what?
Maybe meet again tomorrow to discuss
Oh.
more details or something or other.
I thought you said
Clearly-
turmoil.
Clearly,
Like,
we need to figure out more, and I'm not sure if we want to take up more of this guy's time. That is where Kyra is coming from, at least. So we don't have to keep standing around his apartment and
Yeah.
figure this out.
So basically right now it is about 10 o'clock at night.
Holy shit.
So
Really?
yeah.
Oh. I mean, I know we got here at, like, dusk, I think.
Well, you
Oh, I
got
guess.
you got to the town like at about 3 o'clock, and you guys spent a while going around to the different shops. And then,
Yeah.
so actually, no, I think I did already set it for the time that it would be 8. So it's still fairly close to the time that it would be, ending for the night.
Yeah. Well, it's already been night for like 5 hours.
Oh yeah, that's the one thing I love about this
Six.
app is
In like 3 weeks.
well, is that it shows you how much actual daylight there is at this time of year, which is even more condensed, considering the fact that in Icewind Dale, it's even less.
Right.
Because it's between 10 and 14 that there is twilight, and that's it.
Okay. Well, Kyra's just going to stand by her suggestion that we reconvene in the. She's got her Smith and Smith put Dr. Scorenstein in a room downstairs. Maybe we could just hash out some more details down there and catch each other up because, like Kyra's trying to get this thing from a tailor, and then it sounds like some other people had some other things.
Yeah, well, you all figured what we're doing. I'm running to the restroom real fast.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Don't see you running.
Run, bitch!
Groff is okay. Get in a room and go to bed.
Don't see you running.
Well, gentlemen, you seem to be around here. What do you think is the best option? Should we try to hoof it, or see if we can scrounge up enough money to get some dog sleds?
Dog sleds are always preferable, lass. Whiskey.
Sure. Well, hopefully, Mr. Nerth can come through for us, and we can rent them for an hour, 1 gold an hour rather than 5. I certainly cannot afford 5 gold. I only have 12 gold.
I've got 13 myself.
After our meeting adjourns, I will head out and I will speak to Russell, and if you are planning to make arrangements for tomorrow, I can inform him of that.
Excellent. We'll talk to you again tomorrow.
You have 12. Justin, how much did you say you had?
13? I think.
I forget what I paid that tailor for the new clothes. Where did I put that?
I cannot remember.
I have 5 gold, so I think I already paid him.
Yeah, I think that's about right.
Oh, you have 5 gold.
Yeah, but I still gotta wait 2 days to even get the thing, according to my notes. But I would be able to fly. Only 25 feet, but
Well, then that's one less person on the thing we need.
yeah, but I can only fly at 25 feet. I wouldn't be able to keep up. I'd have to do an aerial forced march, I guess. That sounds exhausting.
Yeah, I mean, your movement is basically the same whether you're on, whether you're on foot. I mean, the amount of movement you do isn't affected by, whether you're flying or walking.
Oh.
You would still
What's
gain exhaustion one way or the other.
Whether I'm on the dog sled or flying.
Oh, I'm sorry, on the dog sled. Yeah, I mean, none of you are going to be facing your own exhaustion on the dog sled.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about if you were walking or if you were flying.
Yeah.
Which, just remember, up your flying speed, because your flying speed isn't 0 anymore.
Oh, I already have that?
I mean, he gave you the one that is like still restrictive.
Oh, I didn't realize I had a flying speed now.
Didn't I give you that one?
I thought
Yeah,
my understanding.
He gave you a loner one, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so basically like whatever your flying speed is, it's halved. So you
Yeah,
would
so
normally
25.
have because it was basically you could fly as quickly as you can walk right now, whereas before or once you get that Yeti fur, you will be able to fly twice as fast as you could walk.
What was the 2-day waiting thing then? Or was it or was it I give him the hide and then 2 days after that?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Oh man, I completely misunderstood that.
Maybe. I don't know. I know he gave you a loaner because he took yours.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I remember that now. Phew. D&D, so many
Myth.
details.
Especially 3 weeks ago. So.
Yeah. I need to be
Yeah.
better at taking notes, I think. It's all a mess on the OneNote on my character.
Hey,
Oh,
whatever
well.
works for you, man.
I thought this worked, but I'm missing details. That's the thing.
Oh, you are
You just
keeping
gotta
good
rewatch
notes.
the session from the office.
Myth.
Yeah, that's the truth of it. That's why I
Yeah.
love. That's why I love having the streams. Is at least we can keep it recorded.
You know, there's an option to export your Twitch videos straight to YouTube.
No.
Yeah, it's real nice.
Really?
You can even make them private. So if you just want like a private backup of all your videos, because Twitch will delete them at one point or another. I think it's like 60 days.
Right, I knew that. I didn't know that they did. I didn't know that you could do full backups.
Yeah, you can just export the stream directly to YouTube.
Huh.
Myth.
What do you?
Smith, I think he's talking to you.
What are you smithing about?
Yeah, what? What's going on here?
I think it's Smith's attention so I can talk to him.
What's going on? I just got back. I'm sorry. Had to go pee.
Didn't even know you were gone.
Yeah.
Aaron's having an aneurysm or something. I don't know.
Yeah, apparently.
Smith. How much gold does Smith have?
Oh, right. Yeah, we're trying to
Not
scrounge.
much.
Sorry.
What is not a lot?
10 gold.
N?
Yeah, I think that's what he said. And we know Dr. Scornstein doesn't have any because he was doing dishes and cooking to earn his meal.
All right. Between the four of us, we have enough gold.
Yeah, if it's 1 gold an
Three
hour.
slots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's 1 gold between the four of us. We have enough. I'm kind of regretting not grabbing that gem out of the eye.
What?
Not. Wait, you mean Kakarot?
No, Woo.
What gem?
He grabbed dude's eye. That was a gem. The dude that we tossed into the river.
Oh,
him.
Man.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah. I am
He
so
had a gem eye?
regretting.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a gem eye that was worth 100
Oh.
gold. I'm like, oh, I am so regretting not taking that now.
Oh yeah.
The
look
small bag had like 10 gold or some shit like that. I just crossed it out. Silver, papers of employment,
Hmm.
and a drawing of the ship and crew.
Yep.
Hmm.
Of him and his extended family.
This room we got for Dr. Scornstein, how many beds are in it?
There's like 3 in that one.
Oh.
Yep. So if
I need
you're
another one.
looking to get a room for the night,
Groff will get a room.
all right. Yeah. Bobo the clown. He's crying in the background. Yeah. So it's going to be 5 silver per person per day.
Okay.
Have silver for what?
For a room for the night.
Yeah. Since Jared's taking longer than I thought, I might as well take a quick break.
Talking.
Smoke break.
Yeah, I
I mean, I can take a nap.
I see now that I can export those, and I'm going to do so.
But at the very least, when I do a stream, I export it and like put it on private, so at least I have it, you know.
Yeah. I don't know if it's going through.
You don't until it's done.
Until it's done.
Yeah, you'll get an email saying when it's done.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah, Shane.
nifty little trick.
Yeah, really.
Hey, Lucas.
Hey, Aaron.
So my monitor screen keeps going in and out of being dark and light.
What do you mean?
Like, I'm scrolling through Facebook and it'll be bright. As I scroll, it'll like dim down to dark. Keep scrolling, it'll go to bright for a little while, and then go to dim, bright, dim, bright, dim, bright, dim.
You got me, man.
That's called a seizure.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Not
What am
that.
You know what? I knew Jared was going to be back as soon as I left.
That's right.
Actually, I just got back the same time you did.
Okay, cool.
So what the fuck's wrong with your?
I just
your
want to
screen?
say, Altman.
What?
What do you want to say,
What?
Aaron? Say it.
Your shirt, Altman, it's giving me a headache. I'm sorry.
Oh, because it
Just the design
oh.
with the camera.
it has a moire effect. Because of the because of the pattern, when you move, it has a moire effect.
Oh.
I love that. I love that. There's a whole. You know what? As stupid as it may sound, there is literally a whole subreddit dedicated to that.
Should I change my shirt?
No, keep it
No.
on.
Oh, you're fine.
Oh, you're good. I just want to say, it's just every time you move just slightly, it gives me a little bit of a headache. But
I want to say, you're terrible. Don't change, but you're terrible.
yeah, I hate you, but I love you.
Yeah, yeah. Like they have you know
Aaron's a
stuff
complicated man.
stuff like this that you know gets that same effect. And
Yeah, I don't like that.
I love looking at that stuff.
Anyway, so what are we doing? We're chilling in the depressed person's hotel, or?
I mean, yeah. I
Oh,
guess
I light the mayor on fire.
I guess you. Yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay.
We just
No,
call
no.
your.
I guess you guys are getting. I guess you guys are getting a room there for the night. And Nerith is going to head out. He's going to go and let Russell know about your deal for tomorrow. Are you guys doing anything in the meantime?
Well, we don't. I mean, it seems like we're really late at night, so there's
Like I said,
probably not a whole lot.
Like I said, I
going
sort of
on.
rolled back the clock a little bit. I'm going to put it at 8 o'clock.
Well, I mean, still.
Still, it is fairly late.
I'm gonna sleep off my whiskey teas.
Is everybody aware that's 5 silver a person a night? First of all.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
we managed to secure 2 rooms, right? For all 6 of us?
Yeah.
3-bed room. Cool.
Yep.
So 5 silver?
Yeah. And we're figuring... I don't think Jared was here for it. We're figuring we got enough for everybody, right? Or I mean, enough gold for everybody. I'm sorry, I'm distracted because I did my currency wrong.
Aaron, how
We got-
much
we got
gold do you
enough-
have?
We got enough gold for
I still have
every...
2 gold. I took my 5 silver, so I have 4 silver, and I have 5 copper.
Okay, Smith said there was 3 beds
Yeah.
per room.
Yep.
Smith, are you willing to give up your gold and Justin and Altman or dog sleds?
What if Mr. Nell's connection or favor can pull through? Then yeah, absolutely. Because otherwise, 5 gold for an hour, it's going to take quite a while. It's going to take almost all day to get there. It's gonna be very expensive.
Wu kind of nods. What?
I mean, at the very least, if we get there, I might be able to put on a couple of performances and earn a little bit that way. We could do some of the costs.
You there, Smith?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Oh, Aaron was wondering if you want to give up some of the money, give up some of your money to buy dog sleds.
To rent a
If I don't-
dog sled.
I still don't get how we're gonna have enough. Isn't it like 18 gold per trip?
It's
Isn't
18
it-
gold
Didn't you say it's
per
like 18?
sled if we can.
I only have 10
Yes.
gold.
Right. So between Altman, Justin, you, and myself, we have enough to rent 3 sleds.
And the other 3 are walking.
Other 3 will have to hoof it.
The other 3 will be the dogs.
Oh, stop!
We'll actually throw the sleeping doctor on a dog sled and just say, "Good luck, have fun. Hopefully, you make it to the next town."
Yeah, I suppose that's not a problem.
All right, at least we have
We'll kind of
we have a
nod.
tentative plan for that. Hmm.
So
So,
Wu's gonna kind of be like,
huh?
Wu's gonna go to bed. Wu was tired.
Okay. I mean, um,
So, long road?
yeah, I was gonna say, does anyone want to do anything before heading to bed? I'm just curious.
Does it look like there's a little bit, at least a little bit of activity about the town? Like, are people walking around a little bit?
No, that doesn't happen here, and that's something that you sort of notice as you look out the windows. While it's not a blinding blizzard right now and completely devoid of any vision, people are not out and about.
Oh.
They are, for the most part, indoors. You see if there are people walking about, they are bundled up tighter than anything else. They have so much clothing on. While it is definitely a departure from what you're used to, you imagine that you felt the cold there. You realize that it's just like they have to do this in order to maintain their body heat. So yeah, there's really not that many people traveling about, and you sort of, as you're in this inn, you sort of get a little bit of a look out across the town, and you can see that most of the buildings, you imagine most people are probably congregated into the buildings in order to just body heat and stuff like that, and being together kind of things.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Very unlikely that I could go outside, put on a couple songs, and random passersby would
I mean,
toss a few coins to the Witcher.
You definitely
Toss
definitely
a few coins to the
think
bard, rather.
Yeah, you definitely think that if you went back, if you went back to the Three Flags sailing back to the tavern, you may be able to get some. You may be able to, do a little bit more, but that's up to you.
Yeah, I'm going to try to do that. I'll tell the lads. Listen, I'm going to take a quick trip back to the tavern, the Three Sails. Put on a show. Maybe I can earn a little bit more coin. Just for an hour or two. I'll be right back.
Anyone going with?
Erard's gonna join you just to make sure nothing bad happens, considering... No, He'll just be like, well, last time I went with somebody and they went away, we almost burnt down an entire hotel. So
Yeah, that's true. And unlike Groff, this is actually what I'm going to do. I'm not going to just take a leak and almost commit murder, arson.
I'll
Groff
join
went to bed already, but
Porque
he's
no
offended.
los dos.
because this will also give me time because the duration for my thing is 10 minutes. I was going to use Beast Bond for the flying snake.
There we go.
Oh, cool. Nice.
Yeah, on the way over to the tavern, Kyle will ask about that. So that language you were speaking to Mr. Nerth and he responded in kind, what was that?
It's technically Neoguri's native tongue. It's called Sylvan. Very, very few people know about it.
Magic.
Sylvan, isn't that sort of a Fey language?
Yes.
Huh. I wonder if Eredin knows about that. He's an Eladrin. Well, anyway. Off to this tavern. Hopefully there's a good crowd.
All right.
You're playing songs. I'm attempting to make a telepathic link with this snake.
Yep. So we'll say that you guys head over to so Smith. Before I continue, Smith and Wu. Are you guys going with them, or are you staying back at the inn?
Well, Wu was going to go back to bed, but
Okay.
after hearing that Ira is going to go play songs, he's going to go with them.
Okay. And
I guess I'll go with.
Okay. So Garoff.
Look, if you need me to tell you what the whole Beast Bond
Nope,
thing, I will.
I read it.
Okay.
Yep. So, all right. So Garoff is staying back. I can only imagine the things he's doing once he's alone.
Sleeping
Oh,
off
God.
his whiskey teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a lot of hot toddies.
Yeah, I was gonna say he had like 3
He had
hot
like
toddies.
4.
Yeah, 3 or 4.
He
So what-
drank so much they ran out of whiskey.
Yeah.
Really hoping those weren't poisoned.
what's
No.
the vibe like at the tavern?
Well, what it so you know what? Funny enough, you say that. Somebody made the argument the other day of why dwarves have poison resistance. It's not because they're hardy and because they're attacked by things. It's literally because they can get drunk.
Poison beer.
Yeah, like
That's kind of what I was thinking.
alcohol is a poison, and it's like
Yeah.
I never put 2 and 2 together in that it was because they drink. I love that. I love that. Yeah, so we'll say Garoff is sleeping off his couple hot toddies. The doc is still in a narcoleptic induced coma, or narcolepsy induced coma, and the 4 of you are heading back over to the Three Flags Sailing. And as you enter in, there are still a few people. There's still a good amount of people in there, you know, drinking and, you know, having fun and singing songs, and a warm atmosphere around there. Good food being eaten. And as you walk in, you are you're spotted by the woman that you guys had associated with whenever you were last here, which her name, as she introduced herself, is Ma.
Forget. Sorry?
Ma.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Ethan
Ma!
Yardley.
Once again, I'll walk up to Ma and ask, request permission to perform, and if she doesn't mind it, I will put my hat out down in front of me to collect some tips, and I'll split it with her 20%. She gets a 20% cut.
She looks at you and she says, darling, if you want to sing your songs, be my guest. You don't need to be splitting nothing with me. If you get them in good spirits, they'll be drinking some good spirits, and I'll be making my coin on my side.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much, Ma. And Cairo will go get set up.
All right. Yeah. So you know, there's a few people in there. They take notice of you heading up to the stage where you begin to set up.
And I will begin performing. And bear with me one moment.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll me a performance check.
Uh, I like to do something first. I will
Sure.
do that, but I like to try
Sure.
something out first.
Do your thing.
There once was a ship that put to sea. There was a neighbor ship with Billy the T. The winds blew up her bow, bit down. Oh, blow, Billy blows, blow.
Oh, is that Wellerman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a request. I had to try. I did not practice very much, as you could tell.
Oh, so
But
good.
okay.
You hear
Performance.
like as soon as you start singing this, like the other fishermen in there, they
Yes.
you know it's the winds blow hard, her bow dip down, blow me bully boys blow, and then you know the whole crowd just blow me bully boys groan. Soon
17.
may the Wellermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. Yeah, they
17.
Groff jumps out of bed and sings along for a second, and then falls right back to sleep.
Yeah, and yeah, you get the people in there, you know, singing and dancing and clapping. Oh yeah, with 17 performance, yeah, you're getting them up off their feet. They're buying drinks. Yes. You know, it's a wonderful, rousing moment. And let me pull up something here. Now that the boys are screaming,
I want to see what this bar looks like.
Okay, you'll have to give me a minute because I do got to go and help Kaylee bring up some groceries. So give me just a moment.
Sure.
Oh, should you go to Trader Joe's too?
So, the reason why I did B-Spawn is because I literally established a telepathic link, so anything that animal hears, I understand now too. So if the old mare does try to betray us through the animal, I'll know about it.
Mm.
Hey, Lucas, if we can level up to 20, keep helping Kaylee.
Stop that.
All right, guess we're level 20.
It's on stream, it counts.
We have it recorded.
All right, got a question for y'all. What kind of character should I play in another campaign?
You're abandoning us and going to another campaign? Wow. This isn't considered copyrighted music, right?
Oh.
It might be.
I mean, it's Discord. Is it monitored?
Well, no,
No,
because
but
he's
the
streaming on
stream might
Twitch.
be.
All right.
Oh.
Sorry about
Whoops.
that.
Lucas, we got you banned on Twitch.
Alright.
We played the Weatherman.
Oh no,
Wellerman.
Wellerman,
like
no,
3 seconds.
Or
If there's the
Wellerman.
there's like a 5-second mute. That's why. Sorry.
no.
Fair use. Hashtag fair use.
Start it!
Yeah, hashtag fair use.
There you.
God.
Something. Fight the.
Who is this groovy
Algorithm.
person?
Yeah, I can't kick them out. So, my bad.
Let me see here.
Kick Groovy out of the chat.
Get it out of here.
That was groovy in here.
Yeah. I didn't
He is in
think.
here.
There we go.
Yeah, I can disconnect him.
Thank you, Lucas.
Um,
So powerful.
where is it? God, dang it, Bobby.
Alright, well, while you're thinking about that, Lucas, what character should I play in my next campaign?
Oh God, man, I don't know. I saw
Bloodhunter.
that. I thought about it. I can't. I literally can't.
literally cannot even.
Because I got this one on Saturday. I have ours on Thursday. Like, I've got really nothing to do until it's like summertime when I'm outside. I can always push that back to later practices. And so, yeah, I could totally swing another campaign. Just now I have to figure out what kind of character I want to play.
Yeah.
A werewolf that doesn't believe in the moon. You've never seen it. You transform every time, so you've never seen the moon.
A full moon, at least. You see the other
Yeah.
phases.
I almost thought of a Warforged, Lucas.
Warforged wizard who thinks it's magic, but it's actually just all his mechanical components malfunctioning. Shocking grasp? He just grabs them and he short circuits.
So we're gonna go 6.
Well,
Oh.
that would actually. So Spark would actually be kind of
Him sparking.
It's another character that I'm going to be having in our Thursday game. Is a Warforge that will be coming to life once it gets a soul. Or I could play Copper. As Lucas is just shaking his head. God damn it.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I've kind of
How much bacon am I taking home?
yeah, I kind of like this. So I think I'm gonna have to edit it just a little, but
Roll a D20.
yeah, basically. So we're gonna say since I have an easy way of managing the sizes of towns based on the sacrifices of Arl, whether they are big, medium, or small, doing humanoid food or warmth sacrifices respectively, I can argue the fact that that's about how big the towns would be, and somebody has come up with a very nice just mathematical equation of how much silver per night you could gain by playing. And so what this is, depending on the size of the town, you either are going to do 4 for small, 6 for medium, and 8 for large. So for this night, it would be 8. 8D, and then the performer's proficiency bonus in the performance skill, which yours is 5. So you're going to roll 8D5, and that is going to determine how much silver you get.
How do I roll a d5?
Or I'm sorry.
Or
Did
would
you
be
mean
5d8?
5d8?
But that sounds way too much.
Yeah, that does. Or should it just be like 8d4s or 8d6?
Oh, you know what? No, do
D20.
no. You said you said you have a +5.
Yeah.
Okay, roll a traveling and a skill bonus of +5. Yeah, so roll d4s. Roll 8d4, but count all 1s as 2s.
8d. Okay.
Yeah.
8d4. Okay, that is okay. Good. None of them are 1.
Oh, nice.
I don't think.
So you ended up getting 23 silver pieces that night.
Sweet.
Nice.
That's a good take home.
Yeah, I like that little method. I'm going to.
I wish there was a way to do dice that can do without,
I mean,
you know,
technically,
d5.
I mean, technically speaking, we could have done 4d10.
We needed the average. We needed the average thing.
Yeah, it's in there. We still have the other one. Yeah, we can do. Instead, it's just.
I'll just take the 23.
No, that's fine. It's actually the same thing. It's ! roll 8d5, and it would do it. Hey, look at that. But no, another way that we could also do it would have been 4d10. It's just, it kind of sucks because if you get one,
Oh.
it sort of fucks with it. Like, it's always better to go a bigger dice pool. But we'll just do it this way.
Right.
I think this works. And then, depending on your renown going forward, will determine, you know, how much, you know, because, like, obviously if your performance goes up, then you're rolling, like, if you eventually get to the level that Cooper is, he has a 15 in performance. So 15, you know, 15D whatever.
Basically, once we get to level 5, then it'll be a nice even number. Mm-hmm. I think. Well, that is if I don't increase my charisma at that
Oh,
point,
wait,
but-
no, I'm sorry. I went backwards on this. You're going to roll 5D8.
Okay. See, that
That's
makes
what
more
you're going to
sense.
do. I'm sorry, I flipped it. Roll 5D8, and we're going to go with whatever's higher.
Should I remove 23 then reroll?
No, just well, yeah, remove 23 silver, and then
Right.
re-roll it, and whatever is
Whoops,
higher.
That's a misclick. Ignore that. What was it again? 5d8.
5D8. Yeah, because
Okay,
it's your
there we go.
performance. 25.
Hey, I'll take an extra
Yeah.
2.
Yeah. So, and
25
like I said,
silver.
I'll put that in
I don't
the
know what I did.
notes.
I don't know what I did. What did I do?
What did you do?
Screen that shit? I don't know.
What?
I got full screened my shit.
Oh
Hit
no!
I'm out
F11.
of it. That's totally what I did. Was F11.
There you go.
So,
So, can I see what this room looks like?
it's the
I
same.
want to show. I want to see where.
Yeah, I mean this is the same place that you guys were, you know, just a few hours ago hanging out.
I'm gonna sit in the darkest corner of the room with like my hood pulled over my head,
Okay.
sitting alone.
Back against the wall facing the entrance.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I'm kind of too busy telepathically talking to my snake now.
Yep.
I had
Now that I have a bond with it,
I had
I
a character that
am-
telepathically talks to a snake.
I talk to my snake every night.
Okay.
TMI.
I'm gonna more or less with the beast bond active is I am gonna telepathically tell the snake going, if you get any other information or basically in a sense told to do something other than what I direct you to do, I want to be aware of it.
The dragon.
It
Give
can
a dragon
it
stand
can
up.
relate simple emotions and concepts back to me.
Yeah.
This is me just like messaging it, telling it, so more or less just seeing if it will set an emotion back or a concept kind of agreeing to it or whatever. Because it's technically charmed.
Yeah.
Well, not,
Well, it's not charmed.
yeah, it's not charmed.
you're
I can
ass-
charm them, then get it to be like,
Right. But it's already kind of friendly to you because of Nerith sort of giving him to you.
yeah. This is my way of basically making sure the mayor doesn't try screwing me over in the end. It can still relay messages to the mayor and everything
What's
else.
that thought?
I just got to make sure it's not.
Damn, that's a nice one.
Yeah, he Jesus.
Go with that roll.
Jesus Christ, that was a hell of a roll. I mean, if you think about it, out of 8d5, your average would be, you know, or sorry, out of 5d8,
What's going on?
your what?
What are
I'm
we talking
an
about?
unknown.
I was looking at your rolls.
Oh, I didn't know that was in there.
He's
I was just
looking
going-
at your rolls while
I was,
he's
I was
trying
doing
to
it,
think.
I was doing it on my copy character because I thought it wouldn't show up in the log.
It's all good.
I was just doing that for fun.
Yeah, so you start you start, creating this link.
Holy shit, that scared the fuck out of me.
And when you say this, you get, you get back this idea of, like an agreement, but there's almost a hesitation. There's something that you can't really put your finger
Determine.
on. It's
Gotcha.
there's, like I said, there's a bit of a hesitation almost.
Yeah. I'll elaborate too through the telepathic link. You can still report back to him and everything else. I'm just trying to make sure that our connections aren't broken. We'll keep our word. He keeps his word.
Yeah, there's an agreement there. There's a sense of agreement. Woo, what exactly are you looking for around here?
He is making sure that there is pretty much no mischief going on. While, fuck. Altman's character is,
Performing
music.
Okay.
He's just kind of, yeah.
All right.
He's just kind of like being security, making sure no one rushes her or starts any fights near her.
Kyra's Secret Service.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. Okay. So, yeah, as you are
Wearing sunglasses with an earpiece.
yeah, as you're sitting here, everyone's sort of carousing, enjoying themselves in the evening, having a good time. But you notice that, much like yourself, sort of sitting off to the side, not really interacting with anyone, there is likewise someone else in the room that is kind of just sort of sitting there, like keeping an eye on the room in general. So they haven't moved, they haven't done anything. But you could definitely tell that they are, that like they're not indulging in any of this.
Do I see this?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You see that.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I had my headset off talking to my dad, so I didn't hear
It's all good.
for that. Okay. I am going to I do a perception check to get a closer look, but not actually move, just kind of examine him a little more, where I'm at.
Yeah, go ahead and roll. I mean, you're definitely trying to get a better look. He has a cloak that he's wearing. You can see he's wearing some leather armor. He has a sword by his hip, and he has his cloak pulled up over his head. Kind of again. Yeah,
looks like me. In a way.
Kind of. He's a lot smaller. He's nowhere near as he's nowhere near as big.
But is he still like human size
just
or
like
dwarf sized?
Human size. Definitely like, maybe about like 5 foot, like from where you're sitting, like if you had to sort of peg him for any amount of size, like any size, maybe 5'8", 5'9".
Oh.
Yeah, he's, like I said, he's just sort of sitting there, like, observing just as much as you are.
This is just like Aragorn in the first Lord of the Rings movie, observing the hobbits. I guess.
Oh, that's kind of exactly what I was thinking. He's just gonna sit there and kind of keep a more perspective eye on him.
Okay.
Make sure he's not gonna do anything funny.
Okay. Yeah. You,
No funny business.
Because he's not really doing anything to harm his companions, so he's not really too worried about him necessarily.
Yeah. Roll me another perception check. Smith, what are you doing at this time?
Soft 20.
Probably just watching the show, listening to the song, whatnot.
Okay. Just wanted to see what you were working on. So you got a 20. All right, yeah. So as you're sitting there, you know, the music's still going on. People are still dancing around. At one point, you glance.
Well, I'm in on repeat for an hour.
Yeah, you glance around and you see that as somebody moves past your vision, after that he's gone. He's no longer in his. He's no longer in his seat.
Can I tell if he's still in the room?
As you look around, sort of, you know, like, where the fuck did he go? You see somebody with, you know, about his size, putting on a thick winter jacket and heading out the door.
Okay. So with that I make another perception before one I just did to kind of see if I could get a closer look at his eyes by chance.
Oh, yeah, I will say with what you had before, you didn't get a good look, but his eye, like when you did at least see a bit of his face, there wasn't any, you did not see any blue. Like, I'll just use your perception check from before. Yeah, I see what you're getting at.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if that was potentially, the blue-eyed guy.
Understandable.
But, so as long as nobody's really going after little Aarakocra, he's just gonna kind of stay where he's at and just pretend like he's sleeping, but just keeping an eye out on what's going on.
All right.
Woo!
Woo, woo, woo!
Party hard!
All right. So, some time goes by. The merriment continues, and at one point, there's a bit of a scuffle that starts to occur between two people that started to bump into one another, and a small brawl begins to break out.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's settle down here.
Does anyone do anything to intervene?
Kyra's saying that. She's stopping performance.
Erard would, like, kind of intervene and be like, whoa!
There's no need for fighting here.
Yeah, you can see these two large burly fishermen that have bumped into one another and sort of like splashed each other's drinks in their faces, are getting into one another and you know, like, what the hell you think you're doing? And, like, you know, grabbing them by the shirt.
Hey, whoa, hey, whoa, hey. Let's settle down here. We're all in this. We're all in this together. You got to learn to love and work with each other.
Ah,
The more you
he'll love this,
the harder you make
and
your
just
lives.
punches him in the face.
Oh,
Wait,
who's he punching?
he's punching the
Who gets punched in the face?
the one between the
Oh.
two fishermen.
I thought you said he punched Kyra in the face.
Okay.
I was like, whoa.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Kyra would have gotten punched in the face,
No.
we would have just, like, straight up kicked somebody.
Everard puts his arms up, takes a step back, and just yells back, "Ma, you're usually in charge of these ruffians."
She's standing there, like, she comes out of the kitchen. She's like, "Oh, what the hell is going on?" Shit. And she looks over at Smith, who's just sort of like standing there, who was listening to the music. She goes, "Hey, you think you can break them up?"
Oh,
I
dear.
kind of just shrug, and
It's not a good thing when the tavern owner can't like get things under control, or at least someone.
She's
can
also
get
a small woman.
yeah, I guess, but she's not like trying to command authority or something. Well, Kyra's like 5 or like 10 feet away, trying to. It seems like they're not listening to her though.
Yeah, I will say, out of everyone in the room, Smith is definitely like head and shoulders taller than everyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everard will kind of yell back and be like, "How much? I don't want to do too much damage to them, but we gotta break this up."
Kyra will cast minor illusion to create a sound to sort of amplify her voice a little bit. And now you two stop this right now.
Okay, you see that they're just still like going at one another,
geez.
start to like roll on the ground, covered in ale and cider.
Here.
try
Who's
to break
going to
them up.
stand
Okay.
up,
Would you
Try
go
to-
over?
hold on? Would you say Smith?
I'll try to break them up.
Okay.
Okay.
Roll me a strength check. Is Wu trying to do the same thing?
Yeah, he'll go to the opposite side of Smith and help out.
Okay.
Since Kyra's about 10 feet away, as soon as she's able, however you want to organize this, she will try to cast prestidigitation to clean them using what was it?
Oh, yeah.
Worm.
Yeah, you can clean or soil an object no larger than a cubic foot.
Yeah, she'll try to do that, and if she's able to do that, she'll be like, "There, no, you're both clean. There's no harm done." Well, that's where I'm going to go with this.
Yeah.
Whenever that's possible.
I was about to have, quite literally, Neo Guri use throw hands.
So Wu, go ahead and roll as well. Go and roll a strength check.
I feel bad for Justin. I feel like he really wants to be here.
I really shouldn't have went to bed, huh?
Don't
Well,
worry.
I certainly was not expecting a tavern brawl.
Don't worry.
Right?
There's going to be just a little bit more that I had prepared for tonight. Yeah.
Wait, like the whole session?
Huh?
Wait, like the whole session's almost over?
Well, no. There's still a little bit more. But
Okay.
I don't think we're gonna get too much farther than beyond the next day.
Okay. I'll be right back then.
Yep. So you
I have a few minutes.
Yeah, so Wu, you start heading over. You're trying to, like, pull the one guy off the other. But Smith, you sort of get in between these two and are holding them back almost as if they are like children. And you're able to keep them at arm's length. If anybody wants to try and calm them now that they are not just in a bloody bath.
If I
I'll
had
go-
calm emotions, I would be. I'm going to do what she would be trying to do, which would be casting prestidigitation to clean objects, clean them as well as she could, and then just be like, "There, you're both clean. No harm done. You're both equal now. Now stop it."
He disrespected me.
Everard will.
He's the one fisherman just yelled, "He disrespected me."
I'll I'll kind of talk to the guy that the guy that said he disrespected me, and be like, so if both of you apologize, no harm, no foul. You both still have some ale left.
I got nothing
For
to
some
apologize
spirit.
about. He disrespected me. He bumped into me. The other one, like,
No.
turns his...
No,
He
no.
bumped into me!
No, look, it's a very breezy crowd. Everybody was getting into the flow of the music. It was wonderful. It was beautiful. Sure, sometimes things are about to happen, but you just got to learn to forgive one another for just a simple mistake.
While,
Persuasion check.
go ahead.
Hopefully.
While you're doing... Yeah, go ahead.
Oh.
While you're doing this, you know, like you can see that they're, like, just ramping up to go at one another, and,
+5, damn it.
Everard will quickly just. Do you guys really want to do this to poor Ma back there?
Well,
And gesture towards Ma.
as you gesture back to where Ma is, you see that she's not standing there, as she slinks up behind the one and just conks one of them in the head with a frying pan. And, so he just sort of, like, falls back onto the ground, and, Ma looks up at you, Smith, and, like, you know, she's maybe half your height. She sort of gives you, like, a pat on the arm. She's like, thanks, big guy. I didn't have anything to knock him out yet. I just needed a little bit of help. Much appreciated.
Sure.
And she looks over at the one who's still standing, and she goes, now go sit down. And he's like, but she's like, sit down in your chair and drink your cider.
Or you're gonna get the pan.
Yeah. And she's like, she's holding the frying pan in her hand as she's pointing to him. She says, now this young lady has been kind enough to play you some music for this evening. Now, it's about time.
You're off, yeah.
Yeah. Now, we're gonna be nearing closing time. I don't want to be cleaning up blood. And she sort of, you know, turns.
You're already going to have to clean up a concussion.
Yeah. Well, she turns to the four of you, and she's like, I appreciate you stepping in. You're good people. She says,
I mean, you've helped us out and gave us food and everything else, so it's the least we could do.
well, if you're in town if you're gonna be in town for any amount of time, you know, you're always welcome here. And she walks over to the counter. She puts the frying pan back down on the range. And do you guys sort of, you know, the awkward? There's a bit of an awkward silence for a moment until things start to return as you see the guy on the ground. He's like, oh, my head. Oh, what happened? Did I win?
Kara will go back to where she was performing, and she goes, well, now here's Wonderwall.
Oh, God, yes.
Everard will, the guy rubbing his head, Everard will kind of go up and like pat him on the shoulder and say, you didn't win, Ma won.
Oh. He looks back, and you see he's standing there, like, staring daggers at him. He's like, oh, sorry, Ma. Just got to it too much. And she's just,
It's getting a little bit rambunctious. I think we'd better all turn in for the night.
Go have a drink to cure your headache before you head out, buddy.
Yeah. And as if the four of you are all heading out,
Yep.
as you're bundling,
waiting for the rest of my group.
yeah, as you're all getting bundled up, everyone but Smith, who is just acclimated to this
All right.
temperatures.
He's like, it's a little warm today.
Standing outside in -42, just like no shirt on
man.
whatsoever, loincloth,
A little
just like
hot without that breeze, don't you guys think?
yeah. As you're preparing to walk out, Ma turns to you and she says, "Darling, that was a wonderful
yes.
performance." And
Oh, thank you very much.
she slides you 2 gold coins.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
She says, "If yeah."
One final word before she exits the building to the rest of the crowd. The name is Kyra Duskuro. I'll be performing whenever I can. Good night.
And you hear a bit of you hear an applause that sort of ruffles your
Like
feathers.
flourish with her hat and bow.
Yeah. All right, and as the four of you head outside, you start making your way back down to the Luskin Arms, and
That was great.
along the way,
Earned like 5 gold, buds.
yeah. So as you trudge through the snow, or as you trudge through the town, the snow crunching underneath your feet, you actually hear the bark of a dog that sort of carries over the whistle of the wind.
That's ironic because the blind dog is currently downstairs barking at a wall because he hears the dog outside.
And through the lightly obscured snowdrift that you sort of the eternal evermore of this landscape, you see a wolf-sized sled dog with light gray fur running towards you, dragging behind it a broken leather harness.
What the?
And it sort of comes up to you and is just whimpering and crying.
Up to us?
Yeah.
Well, Kyra's going to ask her, hey, did anybody lose a dog? Did anybody lose a dog?
Really
Or a wolf?
no one around you.
Oh.
I'm gonna speak with animals as it's whimpering and everything else.
Oh,
Nice.
I can use that at will. Hooray for broken abilities of a fae.
All right. Yeah, you cast this, and let's see.
It only lasts for about 10 minutes. It's limited by their intelligence, but at minimum, bees can give you information about nearby location monsters, including whatever they can perceive or have perceived within the past day. Might be able to persuade a beast to perform a small favor for you at the GM's discretion.
Give me 1 second here.
So maybe I'm obsessing over this too much. This is a wolf-sized dog, or is it a wolf?
It's a sled dog, for
Okay.
all intents and purposes.
There's a dog-sized wolf.
Yeah.
Like a husky? I don't know. Okay.
Can you fight
Think of a poodle,
wolf-sized duck
like a
or
wolf.
100 duck-sized horses?
So the dog's sort of looking at Gerard. Do you say anything to it?
Yeah, I'll be like, are you lost? Are you okay? I see you have a broken harness.
And he looks at you, raises his ears, and then from you, oh shit! I guess I should see what its intelligence is actually.
Yeah, it is based off of its intelligence.
Probably
That's fine.
smarter than a.
That's fine.
monster.
He says,
The dogs, they're kind of smart.
"Yeah."
Smarter than Woo.
He says, he barks to everyone. So actually, this is something that I brought up to Stacy the last time this came up. When you cast Speak with Animals, are you talking as a human in common to an animal, but comprehending their language, or are you going woof, 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 like parcel tongue from Harry Potter?
That's a good point, because it does say you gain the ability to comprehend and verbally communicate, but it doesn't say.
It doesn't.
Are you speaking their language, or are you speaking
It's
common
your
and they just
choice.
understand you?
And here's what I'll say: it's your choice. Whatever you want is what we will roll with.
I'll go with common just because I already speak Sylvan to the Tanuki and I have a telepathic link with the snake.
Okay.
I ain't keeping track of multiple other.
So we sort of got. The dog looks up at you and it starts barking. And you're able to discern from what it says. It's like, Master, lost, help. And like
Everybody else just hears barking and they see me standing there just like.
Well, given the events of just a day ago of him talking to the
Not
police.
even
or,
a day.
Police or Urod knows how to talk to stuff, so Kyra's just going to stay quiet for now. But yeah, still trying to get used to that. At least talking to a dog seems a little bit more normal than talking to a goddamn dinosaur.
Everard will turn to the group and be like, "So its master is apparently in danger. I don't know of what, but it
And
wants
then
help."
It barks back at you and says, "Follow."
It wants us to follow it.
Oh, this could be trouble. Do you think we should get the doctor and Groff?
We might not have time if this dog's panicking now.
I will say you guys are like right in front of the Luskin Arms.
Oh, we are?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll look to the dog and be like, "We'll get it one or two more of our friends, then we'll follow you and help."
Yeah, tell the dog that one of them is the doctor, so just in case he's hurt or something.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a whimper, but he's sort of like pacing in circles.
We'll hurry.
Okay. So yeah.
So we quickly go wake up the dwarf.
Okay.
Oi, Groff! Dr. Skronstein!
And
I go and kick the dwarf.
Whoa, that's not necessary.
What?
we're waking you up. He said
Yeah.
he kicked you. Who
Stab him.
kicked you? No!
It's a reflex.
I will attempt to awaken Dr. Skorenstein.
What do I need to roll?
Are you actually?
It's a reflex.
Reflex save.
Lucas apparently Justin stabbing Lou, so what does he need to roll?
Are you?
I mean, he is
kicked
taking
me.
him away. Yeah, he's sleeping. You're being kicked. You have no idea what's going on. I
Okay.
think
Yeah.
it's fair.
Roll an attack.
Kyra did say woo, like, what are you doing? But obviously not in time.
I missed that whole thing because I'm dealing with a bloody nose right now.
Oh,
So.
is that? I was wondering why you covered your camera.
Yeah.
Well, you're
If I
being
just-
stabbed, Woo.
If I just
Yeah, you
grab
tried
an
keeping
arrow,
Groff open and seemingly with his time in Baldur's Gate, Groff is going.
if I just grab an arrow and try and stab him with it, like, what do I roll for that?
Just roll like you would normally roll with a like do you have a short sword or a dagger or something?
He wants to use an
yeah,
arrow
I
for
do.
some reason.
Yeah. Just whatever you would attack with like a dagger or something like that.
Okay, there's for my short sword.
Okay. Yeah, his AC is a little bit higher than that. You like pull this arrow and you go to stab
How
out.
about that?
You go to stab out and it's just sort of like goes right underneath his arm and then you realize
How about that?
well, the 15 would have hit and the 19 obviously.
Oh, so that's 2 hits?
No, stop it.
Oh, stop! We already just broke up one fight this night.
I'm dual wielding.
That's
Oh,
15
God.
damage.
Well, 8 damage because I'm dual
God
wielding
damn
and
it.
I'm using a bonus action.
No, you don't actually. I don't actually hit you. No.
Yeah, you don't hit him. You don't hit him. And anyway, it wouldn't have been that damage. It would have been 1 point of piercing.
Everard's still standing out with the dog, impatient. So now there's a sled dog, a tanuki, and a flying snake, all surrounded by this child.
Well, so we'll say that the group congregates back together, and the dog begins
Cease
leading.
this.
What's that?
Oh, bye, Smith. Hi,
I
Smith.
said cease this.
Oh.
Justice keep hitting unarmed strike.
Oh, what the fuck are you doing? Jesus Christ.
He just spammed it like 20 times.
Jesus. I was wondering how you were doing that. Yeah.
Very carefully.
So yeah, you
No,
all
not carefully at all.
you all head outside, and the moment that the dog sees that,
Oh,
yeah.
I was trying to wake up Dr. Skorenstein. Was I successful?
yes.
Oh, okay, cool.
He is still passed out.
I will say
Doctor,
that
we might need your services.
Is this because he's on his drive home now, so he can join within the next couple minutes?
I mean, yeah, if
I don't know.
he's here soon enough, I I don't
That
have.
would be perfect timing.
Yeah. So yeah, the doctor wakes up. He's sort of lethargic, and just like yeah. All right. What?
We don't know. There's apparently some sort of emergency. Yarad's talking to some dog outside about whose master might be hurt. I figure we should get you. You're the doctor.
All right. Sure.
But other than that, we're doing great.
Instead of his medical bag, he grabs a hatchet and a saw, and he goes, "All right, let's go."
It probably doesn't. It probably doesn't matter. But does Groff get a short rest, and does Gorenstein get a long rest from? Or I guess.
No, Groff would get a short rest, and Scorenstein would also get a short rest for what it is worth. But I don't think that's actually going to account for anything.
I appreciate that, but yeah, it doesn't make a difference for me.
What's that?
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure we haven't really done anything.
Well,
damage.
So I mean. Kyra,
I just in case there's something, some ability on a short rest.
Yeah, Kyra
I just spent the bell slot for Beast Bond.
Right, Kyra was performing. Gerard was spending time, sort of connecting with the snake. Wu was spending time, keeping an eye on the place, staying vigilant. Smith was the only one who probably would have benefited from a rest during that time, a short rest. Just mostly for the fact that, he was just sort of, vibing and enjoying the music.
Just vibing.
Yeah. So, yeah, as soon as you all get out there, this dog just bolts off in a direction, and it sort of like goes and then stops and waits for you all.
Somebody should put up a torch. It's getting pretty dark.
I can see just fine.
Yeah, at this point...
Well, the rest of us can't.
Yeah, at this point, it's about 10 o'clock at night.
Who else has dark vision?
I'm going to light a torch.
Scorenstein, I think.
Literally everybody that lives there.
Yeah, well, no. It's actually only the doctor and Garoff.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, so who got that lantern?
I want next level.
Mm-hmm.
I
believe Gerard has a covered lantern.
I do.
Yep.
So I'll use the covered lantern.
Okay. Yeah. So with
back.
Yep. So with the hooded lantern, you're able to create a bright light in a 30-foot radius. Using up a little bit of that oil, but keeping an eye on the dog. You are following it through the town, sort of darting through alleyways and some of the roads, until eventually you come to it comes up to a house, a small, modest dwelling, and it begins to bark and scratch at the door.
Is it unlocked? Can we open the door?
Well, actually, as you are approaching it, you see that there is a light on inside. You can see on the frost-covered window that there is a light on the inside, and you see a shadow move across it as the door opens up and the dog sort of bursts into the room, and you see a man standing there. A handsome man, seems to be about his 30s.
I'm there.
Yeah.
I'm 31. I'm there. I'm in my 30s.
Me and Kevin, right?
That's right.
Yeah, I think so. Justin, you're like 30 and a half. You're like 30 in 5 months, so you don't count.
I'll be 30 now. I'm in my 30s.
Are you?
Yeah.
I'm 30.
Last October.
Yeah, I guess you are older than me.
That's right, baby cakes.
Mm-hmm.
So, what are your odds? Is this the right house according to the dog?
Yes. I'll look at the man and be like, the dog was saying that you needed help?
Real quick, how does the dog react to the man?
The dog sort of, goes past him.
Kind of like what Bo just did.
Yeah, yeah. Like sniffs at him, and then sort of moves past him. This is what the man looks like. I said, he's a handsome motherfucker. But as soon as the dog, like, bursts through the door, you see that he, like, looks past, he's like, boy? And you see that, like, his eyes, you know, he gets this big smile on his face, and he looks out, and where he looks out to where your lantern is, and he sees your party standing there, and he's looking amongst you and says, he's not here. What?
The dog said that you needed help.
Yeah, our friend here can speak to animals. He said something about his master being hurt or in danger.
Long story.
We brought the dog there.
That's actually pretty much the gist of it.
Yeah, pretty much.
He looks around and says, come in. You need to tell me what you know.
What did I miss?
We don't know anything.
Well, my name is Groff. I am a dwarf.
I'll just go in and say all the dog kept saying was lost help and about its master. That's all we know.
Garrett.
I guess real quick for Aaron. I don't know if he got caught up, but we followed the dog to some house. There's a man who was at the door. I think he was expecting somebody else, but the dog seems familiar with the man, so yeah.
Yeah, that's about it. And so he heads inside, and he gestures all of you to come in.
Yeah.
You see that there's a decent sized table there, a couch, and he says, "Please have a seat. Where did you find my dog?"
Well, your dog found us, actually.
Yeah, back near the hotel. What was it called again?
Muskin Arms.
Yes.
I'm surprised I remembered that.
I did it.
there was no one else with him?
No, this was the only dog with the broken harness.
Yes.
I'm sure the dog's not broken.
And he looks back at the dog, and there's basically like this like cloth covered bundle of hay right next to the one fire pit that is in his house, like a fireplace, and there's a little artisanally crafted piece of wood that's hanging on the wall that says "boy." And the dog's just sort of like sitting there. It's like warming up to the fire. And he says, and the guy looks at you and he says, there was no one else with my dog?
No, it was just the dog, nothing else.
That's what I feared. And you see that, he's starting to get a little bit, a little bit teary-eyed. What did Aaron say?
I don't know. I didn't hear.
Oh, BRB.
Are we sure that's what he said? Maybe he said Venmo me $20.
So Venmo him $20.
Yeah, do it.
I think he said Venmo Justin $20.
Mm-hmm.
Well, where was... You seem familiar with this dog's owner, or are you the owner?
Well, my husband and I were the dog's owners.
Sorry about that. My grandmother was just calling to let me know. She's like, if anybody's going anywhere or anything like that, don't go on Barnes Lake Road. Apparently, there was a really bad accident, and they haven't.
I heard sirens of like 10 minutes ago, and I'm right there. So
Lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says, yeah, my husband and I, Garrett, we're the dog's owners.
Well, where was your husband last seen?
He, a few days ago. I'm so worried. He was hired by some adventurers to lead them up to the slopes of Kelvin's Cairn. His plan was to take him up to Caer Konig, and then the town, and the town at the foot of Kelvin's Cairn. After that, they were going to get some climbing gear from the outfitter there, and then he was going to lead him up the mountain. He took 6 of the dogs and a sled with him. Boy here is his favorite. And he looks over at the dog that's, nuzzled up into the bed. And on the mantelpiece, you can actually see that there is a picture of the 3 of them. I don't have a picture with all 3. But he's...
We get the gist.
Yeah. Very handsome. Very handsome.
Way too handsome to be straight.
Hey, I'm that handsome. Oh no.
Well, I don't have to break this to you, Lucas.
Okay, so this person. Quick recap of the information because I think I misheard, or at least I feel like I missed something. He was hired to guide some people up something called Calvin's Cairn.
Calvin's Cairn. Yes.
Calvin's Cairn, and I kind of zoned out.
So basically, he was hired by a group. He was hired by some adventurers to trek up Calvin's Cairn. The plan was to go up to Caer Konig, which is the northeasternmost town in 10 towns. Here's the map for reference. So,
Gotcha.
So yeah, you guys are currently down here at Targos. Here's Termaline, which is sort of like tentatively your next goal, and then here's Caer Konig and Kelvin's Cairn.
Oh wow, they're going pretty far.
And he says that he took 6 dogs with him and a sled, and that Boy was Garrett's favorite. And
Boy.
And he sort of continues. He says, we've had him since a pup. He would never leave Garrett's side unless something terrible's happened. I don't know what to do.
Jeez. When did this? Do you know when this dog came back how am I trying to phrase this? Obviously, he wouldn't know how long he's been missing, well, I mean, that's obviously the information I'm trying to find. I just don't know how to contextualize it.
Yeah, he said.
Talk to the dog.
Yeah, he said it was a few days ago.
Oh.
I'll attempt to talk to the dog again and just be like, how close were you guys to...
Hold on, what?
Not even a concept of time. I was just gonna say, how close were you back before you went to go? Just essentially, how close to town was he, or is he still a good distance away? If the dog knows.
Let me see here. So you were asking the dog this?
Yes.
Okay. I just...
So it would be based on the dog's intelligence more than anything, just like... Because I'm more or less, Auror's assuming that he wouldn't still be at the other town. He's somewhere in between.
Uh-huh. The dog says that he's... the dog just, looks up with a bit of a whimper, says Master Mountain.
Mountain.
Oh man.
I'll relay that back to the group and be like, the dog apparently says where the incident, whatever that incident might be, is a mountain, but this whole place could be riddled with mountains.
Trust me, it is.
Do you happen to know what sort of route Mr. Garrett would take?
Up the mountain or out to there?
At least out to there. We should try to follow his steps as close as possible. Is what I would say.
I mean, he would have gone. He would have gone straight there, through the Dwarven Valley.
I'll look at the dog and be like, "Would you be able to take us back to your master?"
He
If we followed.
he looks at the fireplace, and then looks back at you, and then says yes.
Sounds like you're getting a new companion, Yarad.
Oh God.
Uh,
Oh,
Well, how many is that? You only have 6.
that would be
no,
a
I can only have 3.
No, he can't have 6.
I can only have 3.
Cairo will look.
Erard will relay that back to the group and be like, "The dog said it can take us to him. I just don't know how far he is or how long it'll take."
As long as the dog can retrace its steps, that ought to be good enough for us, right?
Those of you that are native to Icewind Dale, so Groff, Wu, and Smith, go ahead and roll me either a survival or a history check.
I looked at survival and I was like, that's only +2, but then history is 0.
I'm not sure if Aaron's back yet.
Oh, never mind.
16?
Yeah, Smith. Groff, you definitely know as a dwarf, traveling through the Dwarven Valley is, it can be safe, but, there's definitely things that you have to contend with there. But Smith, you definitely know that if you went straight across, because actually when you were traveling through like going from town to town, heading over to Bremen, you know that it takes about 12 hours to get it. That it took you about a full 24 hours almost to get from Caer Konig across to Targos. So you know that that's about how long that journey would take. Would be, it's about, I think it's 12 miles.
What did I miss?
Are you back?
I'm back.
Okay. So basically, the dog told the group that his master is stuck up on a mountain, or that he's hurt on a mountain.
Timmy's in a well.
Yeah. But basically, Smith right now is the amount of time that it would take to get from Targos to Caer Konig. Sticking to trails and roads, you could reach Caer Konig if you went the trails, that's 11, 12, 23 miles. Going across, you can almost cut that time, pretty well. But, it's still a bit of a trek. So yeah, that's sort of what Smith, is that heading over to Bryn Shander would take you guys, just a little bit of a jaunt, but then it's about 20, it's a little bit more than 20 miles to get up to Caer Dineval, and then another hike up to Caer Konig. So it's going to be, a good trek up that way.
So basically, we need to invest in some camping gear.
Pretty much.
Even if we use the sled dogs for this too. Oh boy. Oh, then we'd have to take care of the dogs on on multiple days.
But
Boy.
Smith, you know that to go directly from Targos to Kelvin's Cairn would only be about 12 miles if you walked up through the Dwarven Valley and headed straight to the mountain instead of heading over to the city where he was last seen. Like, if you don't follow the trails. Like, if you go up through the wilderness.
Okay. I'll let the group know that.
So basically, we have an option of safe route but longer, slightly more dangerous route but quicker.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Perilous.
no, I didn't want to say slightly, but you know what I mean.
Short route.
Well,
I will say,
gone for days. We don't even know.
for those of you that are from the area, there's also kind of along the route that you guys are going. There is a bit of a similar path that would take not nearly as long as the long way, but a little bit longer than direct route. Which, if you guys are heading to Termaline, would be going up the road from Targos to Termaline, and then heading to Kelvin's Cairn.
That sounds like an option to me.
Which would be about like 17, 18 miles. So
That would be about the only way.
Well, I
We
think
still have
first
to
of
get
all,
camping gear regardless.
yeah. Listen, what's your name?
jeez, I had it here. Keegan.
Listen, Keegan.
Keegan.
We're going to try to find your husband, but you have to understand, it's late at night. We can't head out now. It's too dangerous and too dark.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you guys have a place to stay for the night?
For this night, yes.
Where are you staying?
We're staying over at the.
Forget the name of it.
I'm,
We had it and now it's gone.
Yeah, he looks at you. He says, I don't have a ton of money, but I'm good friends with the owner of the Luskin Arms. I could just
Never heard of it.
yeah. I could see if I can get you guys some free rooms for the night for helping me out.
Sure. Well, for me, kind of already paid for the room, but
Right.
Well, if you want, I can also, I can also give you. I'm actually a scrimshander. If you want, I can give you some of my artwork.
What we're gonna do with artwork?
look, I can appreciate you trying to repay us for this deed, but let's worry about finding your husband first, and then we'll worry about proper compensation.
Yeah, he. Go ahead.
Or more or less, just Erard was adding on to that as well. Just if in compensation, because hopefully we can still get them alive.
We need to focus on preparing.
Yes.
Yeah, and you actually when he says that he's a scrimshander, he gestures to the mantelpiece right next to where you see that photo, and there's a piece up there. So
Scrimshanding, is that the carving in bone or whatever?
Yeah, Scrimshaw. Yeah,
Scrimshander is the artist.
A scrimshander is one who makes scrimshaw.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay.
Got pictures of this witchcraft?
Yeah, it's in the chat.
Oh, got it. Sorry, I had to switch over to screens.
It's all good. Yep, there's another one. That is what they use. That is what they use. The knuckle-headed trout for. Because knuckle-headed trout got a big old bony ass forehead, so makes for some good scrimshaw.
Ooh.
Yeah. There you go. Bony ass fucking four-headed fish. Oh, yeah.
It has 4 heads.
Here's here's a really good this is something that he has this one in like a display case.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay. Listen. We need to rest up, and before we head out, we'll head out as soon as we get some proper outdoor equipment. We'll be at the what was that place called?
Luskin Arms.
Basically, where we're staying. No, where we're staying for the night.
Luskin Arms.
Oh, okay. We'll be at the Luskin Arms. We'll try to meet with you again before we head out, if need be.
Right.
But otherwise, we're going to try to take the route to Tourmaline and then branch off through the door of the valley.
Okay. Yeah, that'll.
Does that sound good to the natives here? Local natives? Mr. Smith,
Oi.
Mr. Ruff,
Aye.
Mr. Wu?
He says aye.
Ooh,
Oh.
Boo nods.
I thought you said I as in I will or I say. Got it.
Aye, aye, aye.
Aye, 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 aye.
All right.
Man, Joe, you're so still for so long. I thought your camera was broken.
It might have been.
No, you held that position. We need to head to the Luskin Arms. We need to rest up.
All right. Yeah, you guys head back to the arms.
On the way over, Cairo asked, "Do you think we can find any any kind of survival equipment here?" Smith, do you have any ideas on surviving out in the Icelands, whatever you call this place?
Boy, do I. I'm just kidding. I don't say it.
Well, yeah. So Smith, you definitely know how, like, you know, when you're out and about, how to, you know, set up a camp, keep yourself going for the night. But being that you are a Goliath, you don't necessarily face the same challenges that they're gonna face. So, while it is something that you are accustomed to, you're not necessarily 100% on, you know, what they're gonna have to deal with.
It's a good thing I have a blanket. In addition to winter clothing. Or cold weather clothing. I can also bond up with some extra costumes.
It's true. It's very true.
Does any other... She poses a question to Groff and Scorenstein and Wu if they have any advice on surviving outside of town. Probably not as much as Smith.
Bring some firewood, stay warm.
Gotcha.
Dr. Scorenstein just
Boo
said-
kind of scratches his head.
Nope.
You say drink some firewood?
That's what I said. Drink some firewood,
still-
you moron.
Alright, let's not fight it again.
Okay. He kicked me up
Scratches his
and
head,
woke
kinda
me up
just
from a
like-
nap.
I know. I didn't want them to do it. It's just...
Rard kind of scratches the back of his head and he goes, I mean, Niroguri and I have survived on our own out in the wilderness, but nothing like this harsh.
maybe the Luskin Arms fella can point us in the right direction. And we head on to the Luskin Arms.
Yeah, when you head in, Owen, you know, greets you all as, you know, as night has, quote unquote, you know, coming full swing now. He sees all of you walking back in. He goes, well, that was a bit of a short journey.
Good to see you too, lad. I'll take my room, please.
Yep.
We were talking to Keegan. He said you could get us a room here, some lodging.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Keegan, we're all drinking buddies. I mean, you already paid. I guess I can give you your money back.
This man sounds like he's just having the time of his life.
Yeah, what's this guy's problem? What happened here?
He has seasonal depression, remember? But only during the winter time. And it's
Talking
always
about
winter.
it.
Oh,
That's not his problem.
Yeah.
He works customer service.
It works retail.
Yeah.
That's not.
I didn't
what?
realize the place where the town, Nairth and Scat. I didn't realize the place Nairth was staying at was the same place as the Luskin Arms. So.
Yeah, it is. He's basically Nerith lives in the penthouse suite of this inn.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh
and
man.
This
Like
is
I said, I'm terrible.
This is what he looks like again, just so you can remember.
Yeah, I remember his face. I just didn't realize the name of the place.
Yep.
Okay. So, oh boy, we got a lot on our
Who's
plate.
gonna
Hey,
tell him to keep his money?
All right.
Pay for me, dude.
Groff would make no attempt to actually get his money back. He just wants to go to bed.
Yeah, Kyra's kind of the same way.
Erard will kind of take the money that
Over
he was
here.
getting back to him.
I think I already brought that up though, but it shows it. But we already paid. It's fine. It's just 5 silver. Keep it. All right,
Here.
all right, laddies. Let's rest up. We've got quite a lot of things on our plate.
Bang.
So
Hi.
I guess I know it's still early, but I guess this would be my question to you guys. We can sort of press on, if you guys want to go and buy some stuff, here in Targos, back at the Triglio, the general store, and then, start making your way north, and then, because I was just going to do, a random encounter along the way, so do you guys want to do that, or do you want to save that for next session?
Oh,
Okay, doing that now.
Doesn't bother me any. I was going to say, if we end now, we can play Left 4 Dead. If we do the random encounter, I'm still up for Left 4 Dead.
yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
That is the boat I'm in. Either way, I'd like to play Left 4 Dead after this.
Pretty much.
Uh,
It's mostly because I close tomorrow, so I can actually sleep in a bit, so I'm up for pretty much anything.
It doesn't make
I
much...
was
Yeah.
I was hoping to at least buy stuff. I don't know about random encounter, but it's fine with me.
Well,
So
let's
I-
go around and buy some stuff, and then we'll see how long that takes. And if we have some time,
Go
we
from
want to
there?
encounter.
Yeah.
We'll do it. Yeah.
All right.
Play by ear.
So you guys can go ahead and get a long rest in.
Hooray, I'm finally at max
We
hit
buy-
point.
If we buy stuff, we're not gonna have enough stuff for sleds.
I know we're trying to save as many lives as we can here. We got somebody
Place is
lost.
a real
we got lost-
shitty
we got-
area.
we got somebody lost in the Dale. We got somebody's going to get murdered in Tourmaline.
I think if we help out this was it this husband and husband couple?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure I understood that right. I think if we help this couple out.
Do you remember Hans from
Yeah.
Frozen?
Wait, they're gay?
Yeah. Did you not catch that?
I was
No,
gone for half of it.
No, he thought the husband and husband was actually straight.
Oh, okay. But if we help them, maybe because they have dogs, maybe
Nerth
they
was-
would help
yeah,
us out, or
yeah.
at the very least help us get a discount.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Nerth was even talking about the connections. This is our first one. Well, second, kind of. if
Got to
you count
increase our
Tallinn.
social links and dive
Yeah.
into the mind palaces. That's what I'm looking for.
Sure.
Persona.
So long rest.
Yep. Go ahead and get your long rests
Good.
in.
Thank God. I've been sitting on one bardic inspiration die and one spell slot, and then you throw this dog at us. I was like, oh, I hope it's on combat encounter. I can't do much.
All right. Yeah. So the next morning, you guys get.
All right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Next
I
morning.
guess you cut out.
Oh yeah, sorry. Next morning, you guys get up. It's about 7 o'clock in the morning. You know, the sun is not out yet. Still as black as night as ever. But yeah, you're all up and awake and together in the lobby of the Luskin Arms.
All right.
Coffee.
What?
Do you have a coffee?
Owen nods. He, I actually did have a...
There's breakfast at this Holiday Inn?
No.
Oh.
Continental at breakfast, even.
Except a bunch of snow and no horse things on the outside.
Excuse me.
What?
If you look at the map.
Oh. He can have breakfast. There's a kitchen.
Yeah. He's got some stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it's definitely not as full blown as the Three Flags Sailing, but you know, it's definitely a place that you guys can sort of, you know, sit and relax for a little bit before heading upstairs.
Oi, sunshine. Can I get a coffee? Irish, please.
Of course.
Yeah. Yep.
God damn it.
And
I love
Lucas, you know what I
Irish
just
brand
did?
coffee.
I don't know what you just did.
I just hit my space bar.
Which did?
Absolutely nothing, but tried to use my space bar and tried to move the map.
Oh yeah. See, I
do the program.
I normally use my right click to move that.
If there's breakfast, Kyra will definitely be getting the breakfast.
Yeah, we'll say that there is a breakfast. It's definitely not gonna be as fancy as what you would get at the Three Flags Sailing. This is basically just like warm milk based broth with some potatoes and cheese.
That's perfectly fine. We need carbs.
Works for me, and Neoguri will settle for potatoes.
What
like
do we
Bubba
owe?
used to make.
What do we owe you, Owen?
It's fine.
No.
That's a good lad. Buy yourself a coffee.
If you're helping out Keegan and Garrett, go ahead and eat. You need your strength to keep up in these days. And he sort of looks out the one window. He says, "We all need our strength these days."
Okay, everybody here, I'm assuming, has played Borderlands 1. We're all going to come back, and it's going to be like TK Baja with him just hanging from the ceiling.
Oh, God. Well, Kyra's going to quietly leave a piece of silver on right underneath the bowl, so you can't see it.
Mm-hmm.
Groff will take the silver. No, he won't.
Dude, what the fuck are you doing?
Erard will eat and whatnot, and
All right, so should it head down to Triglio's to see if they have any tents or anything?
yeah.
Who's the frontiersman? Smith and Groff? What do you reckon we'll need? Tent at least.
Tent.
I already got the
Sleeping
bedroll,
bag.
the blanket.
Very warm sleeping bags.
Whatever you got to go and sleep in, double it. And then double it again.
That's about it. That is about it.
That's okay. I'll share body warmth with my entire animal crew.
You stay the hell away from me.
Stop it.
I
Start
can have the
calling you.
Tanuki grow to a decent size to snuggle up with.
Did you say Animal Crew, Jared? Am I gonna start calling you Kaido?
All we need to do is
That's
get to level
actually the entire
5.
plot.
As soon as we get to level 5, I'm taking Leoman's tiny hut, and then we'll be fine.
That is the case.
We just gotta get to level 5.
Can I donate a level to Kyra?
Can we all donate a level to Kyra?
Oh man,
No.
What did Kyra do?
nothing.
Nothing.
I'm just saying, if we get to level 5, I'll have a 3rd level spell slot, then I'll get Leoman's tiny hut, and then we'll be fine.
I mean, I won't argue that that pretty much is the case. I use that one in my other games so fucking often.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
But for now, we need to rough it.
Yep.
So as soon as everybody's ready, let's get to the general store.
All right.
Who is ready to go to the store?
So it's been like presumably about an hour, 50 minutes since Kevin left his shift. Do we think he's still there, or did he say
He's
anything?
dead.
I'm
don't
not.
think- I
I'm
don't
not
think he's coming
sure.
on.
Yeah, I'm not sure that he's.
I didn't think so either. But I was wondering if anybody else knew anything.
Yep.
Anyway,
Not clear.
Yeah. So you head over there. You see the same man that you saw the other day, or literally the day before. Justin.
Yo.
He's
no, Justin,
yeah.
not Justin. Justin.
Nope.
Yo.
Justin, owner of the Triglio.
Yeah. Yeah, that's me.
Yep. Which I believe most of you should have bedrolls.
I
What was it
have a
called?
bedroll.
Triglio?
Triglio.
Triglio.
Alright, do I have a my Triglio card?
No.
No? Can I sign up for one?
Nope.
God damn it!
Do I get
You
cash
can't
back?
because you don't have an email address.
That's true.
The truth!
Yep.
They're changing that.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are. They're going to be able to use a physical address at a certain point.
Oh, okay. I haven't heard
It's
of that.
not for like another month or two. I
Okay,
think.
so looking over everyone, it looks like Groff, Yorard don't have bedrolls.
Oh God!
I don't have a bedroll.
Yeah. So when you walk in, Justin, greets you guys and says,
Hey, guys.
said, he and seeing, who is it? Who was here? Oh yeah, you were all there from the day before. And
Yeah, at some point.
he says, "Hey, how you guys doing today?"
Oh, we got a lot on our plate.
We're cold.
We're gonna need some outdoor equipment.
Freaking cold.
What are you looking for?
Warm.
Well, I would like to purchase 2 blankets.
Oh, sure.
Basically, sleeping bags to venture out into the wild.
Yeah. How many do you need? I can get together a list and go and grab everything.
Well, two
How-
2 blankets for me at least. I
4
suppose
for
a tent.
me.
I suppose a tent or some such to fit 6 people.
So wait, is that 2 blankets or 6?
2 for me.
4 for me.
So 6.
Because Groff said double what you have and then double that, but that's gonna be like 5 blankets. So
Okay, so we got 6 blankets. What else?
Definitely need a tent.
Yeah, I have some 2-person tents here. They're rated for the wilderness out here. So
give us the
Do
best you
you have anything that holds more people than just 2?
you know,
Yeah, like those big fancy ones at Dick's Sporting Goods.
Do you have anything that holds less?
I mean, don't have anything that holds. I don't have any single tents. I mean, I'm sure if you rigged it up the right way, you could probably use the rigging for the tents, the 2-person tents that I have to, drape the canvases further over if you want to, put them together. I'm sure that could be arranged. How many do you need?
3.
3 tents. All right, and he looks back up at you, Gerard, and he
Let's
says,
make it 4.
4?
Actually, yeah, I was going to
Actually,
say.
better to have a backup. You always want a spare tire, for sure.
4.
Plus, also, if we find somebody out there needs a.
Oh,
needs
yeah.
And he looks back up at Gerard, and he said, "And you said a bedroll?"
And like a very thick bedroll if you have one for the weather.
Yeah, give me 2 of those too.
Okay, 3 bedrolls.
Bedroll lined in fur.
Yeah, all of our bedrolls here are rated are rated for -40.
What's their IP rating?
3.
-40 Fahrenheit or Celsius.
3. The IP rating is 3.
What the hell's an IP rating?
That's not how those work.
Inner penis rating. You can have 3 peni in there.
That works.
That's true at all.
Okay.
Like electronics are rated like IP67 to like determine how much water they can hold, or how much water they can be in.
Oh. Okay. I was like, what are you talking about?
Basically, are these waterproof?
What is that? Isn't that like the internal protection rating?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It's like the first number means something, and then the second number means something.
Yeah.
It's like IP67, not IP67. Yeah. Anyway, that was a drawn out joke.
Yeah. You know what? We'll say it is. It is IP. We'll say it's IP 5-7.
That's not terrible.
Yeah. So it's rated protection from dust, but it's not dust tight, and it's rated to be temporarily submersed in water and not get flooded, but continuous. It would eventually start to seep through, so you could basically get splashed.
Sounds like the walls of my basement back
Actually,
in
that
the brewery.
would be like 5-5. So yeah, IP 5-5. Regardless. Okay, so we're looking at. He's like sort of standing there, and he's like marking all this down as you guys are talking. And he goes, "Okay, so that would be that amount. That's we're looking at
Do we have enough rations between us? I got 10.
that."
I also have
Do you guys
a
need
bit
some
of rations.
ration kits?
We're delivering on that.
Well, here's the middle number. I have 10 as well.
I also have 10.
And even if we run out, Neoguri can find food and fresh water.
Yeah, you guys.
Well, at least for himself and one other creature.
Yeah, you guys should have like 10 days worth of rations.
Yeah. What are you worried about finding water for? All we need is to start a fire. Get a pot, stick
That
the
is
snow
true.
in.
That
Water.
is
Yeah,
true.
but at least the food can help.
Water.
Yes.
Oh yeah, food's good. We need food.
And
We'll take a chicken sandwich.
he sort of looks at all.
Real quick. Throw in 2 rations for me.
2 rations? So wait, did you real fast? This is out of game. Did you want like 2 days worth?
2 days worth.
Okay.
That's rational.
Because I think,
Ah.
if I'm not mistaken, yeah. Because it's each day is 5 silver. All right. So is that everything? Is that all? Is that everything you guys are looking for?
You have a gun?
Oh.
Don't have a gun.
Alright.
Yeah.
It's okay, I need to take a feat first.
And as you're sort of naming all this off, he looks at you guys and he's like, "Are you guys heading out into the? Are you guys heading out onto the tundra?"
Yes.
No, maybe.
Any recommendations? Oh, do you have oil for the lantern?
I got 2 flasks on me for that.
I've got a flask.
Yeah.
I think I burnt up my last flask to go out with that, I believe. I could be wrong.
To do what now?
Whenever I had to light it to follow the dog?
No, that
Yeah,
it
but
doesn't.
that wouldn't take a
No,
whole
no,
flask.
it doesn't. It doesn't
Okay.
take that long. It's
Okay.
yeah. Each one a hooded lantern. A hooded lantern
still
can burn for 6 hours on 1 pint of oil.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
then
were there
okay.
for like 15 minutes or however
Yeah,
long it took.
I still have my pint then.
Yeah, you basically had that thing lit for like 5-10 minutes. So
Yeah.
yeah, you're
Okay.
more than fine.
We got like 18 hours worth between the 2 of us,
Yeah.
at least.
But yeah, the
Alright.
is there anything you recommend to go venturing out?
You guys did just buy some of my lanterns. Well, depending on where you guys are going, I don't know if you're going to need something like this. And he goes over and he grabs this kit that is a climber's kit. He says, depending on where you guys are going, this has some special climbing pitons. It has special things that you can put on your boots that allow you to grip into the walls, better gloves, as well as a harness, so you can actually anchor yourself to a wall.
Cairo will have a little bit of a smug look on her face and says, "Well, you gentlemen will probably need something like that."
I'll take one.
Erard will go. Erard will kind of look at her and hold up his adventuring kit with all of the equipment already attached, going way ahead of you.
This has some more extra stuff though, Jared. So
No.
Yeah, it does.
Wait, do you
the
have
gloves and the harness.
Do you have a?
I have.
Oh
I
yeah, you have a
venturing-
you have pitons.
At pitons, rope, not nice rope, just rope.
Yeah. I will say, yeah.
Everybody has rope.
I will say basically with the climber's kit, when you use the climber's kit as an action to anchor yourself while climbing, if you fall, you can't fall more than 25 feet from the point you anchored yourself. But keep in mind, you also cannot climb 25 feet away from the point that you anchored yourself without undoing the anchor. So,
You really want to like anchor yourself, move 5 feet, disanchor, then
Basically,
anchor again. Yeah.
yeah, you're like
Being
using
overly safe.
right. You're using an action.
Or you do like a daisy chain.
Yeah.
Somebody's way up front.
Mm-hmm.
Sets an anchor, moves up. Next person. Maybe I don't know. I don't know how climbing works.
It's up to you guys. I will preface this by saying.
I'll take a climbing kit too.
I will
just in
preface
case.
this by saying, because so with the 6 blankets, the 4 tents, the 3 bedrolls, and the 2 rations, you guys are looking at 15 gold. The climbing kit is 25 gold apiece.
Holy
geez.
crap.
And yeah, we can't do the climbing
Yeah.
kit.
Yeah, yeah. Even by itself, we can't do it.
Right. I knew that. Justin didn't. He was offering you guys a legitimate thing.
Yeah, my bad, guys.
Yeah. He sort of looks at you guys and he says, no on the climbing kit.
Well,
I will say yes. I will take a climbing kit.
I can at least pitch in for my stuff. I can at least pay for my stuff and then pitch in some for a climbing kit.
I mean, I got some pitons and stuff, so it might be all right.
I mean, Woo, if you
Kind of wanted to.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, good.
I was to say, if Woo's buying the climbing kit, go ahead and take out 25 gold and add your add a climbing kit.
Man, when I heard the words climbing kit, I'm like, oh yeah, I got Featherfall.
It's true.
And then we heard the price, and we were like, oh no.
Yeah,
We'll
way
risk
more
it.
expensive than I was expecting.
Well, risk it.
We're gonna be glad we have it though.
So how much do we owe for our stuff?
For everything, so if Wu is paying for the climbing kit, his was 25 gold. For everything else, because I just did it as one bulk, it was 15 gold. So
all right,
the
that's
blankets
15 gold divided by what? How many of us?
Well, so here's the thing. Depending on what each one of you is getting, the blankets are 5 silver apiece.
Okay.
The tents are 2 gold apiece. The bedrolls are 1 gold apiece, and the rations are 5 silver apiece.
Well, I could pay for my own rations.
Yeah.
All right. So wait, how many bedrolls did I get? 2.
I mean, I just have the totals here.
Okay. I'll put forward the 3 gold and 20 silver for my shit.
It's kind of poor. That's okay. I'll do my 2 gold and 9 silver for mine, but now I'm kind of broke.
Boo is kind of broke too. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I have 5 copper.
Are we paying for our own stuff right now?
I just threw in whatever I had, which brings the total down to what, Lucas?
Wait, what did you say?
I threw in 2 gold, 9 silver to pay for whatever.
You threw in two gold. That would basically pay for one of the tents. Or 2 of the bedrolls. Like I said,
well, I did.
The total is 15 gold.
Yeah, I did 2 gold, 9 silver.
I guess I did 5 gold, all things considered.
So you're basically at about 8.
Well, we know quarantine doesn't have any, right?
Right.
I got 14 gold. I'll just pay everything else.
Okay.
Which would be what? 8 gold, 9 silver is what I have to give out.
No, it's already at 7 gold, 9 silver. So you would end up owing 7 gold, 7 gold,
or
7 gold, 1
7.
silver. Yep.
Don't worry, lads. I'll cover you.
Thank you.
Justin looks at all of you and he says, "So, traveling somewhere? I mean, or just going out to face the trials? Where are you guys heading?"
Oh, face the trials, all right.
Yeah, we're actually going to help Garrett's husband. Or, no, other way around, right? Garrett's the one who's lost?
Yeah, Garrett's the one that's lost.
Okay.
And
we're actually going to help Garrett. Apparently something happened to him, so we're going to try and find him and bring him back home.
Seemingly he's been going up to Calvin's camp.
Yeah.
That was hard to say.
I mean,
with an accent.
I will say he's done that a few times, I've heard. But
yeah, only one of his dogs came back, so we're going basically on a rescue mission for his husband.
Yeah. All right. Well, be careful. You know what? Here, and if that's the case, here, he gives back. He gives back 5 gold.
Whoa.
And he says,
"Who?
Everard will take one of those gold, so he's not poor."
I'll say he gives 1 back. He gives 1 to everyone but Dr. Scorenstein. I guess I don't know. I don't know who all paid.
Hey.
That's a fair enough split.
Yeah.
Even though I still paid for most of it.
You know what? Yeah, because he basically is like, he's basically like, yeah, I'll yeah, if that's the case, if you're helping out Garrett, he actually took me on my first climbing expedition up to Calvin's Cairn, so I know how dangerous that place can be. But I mean, he's a hell of a survivalist. He's just he loves the outdoors. His husband, and he sort of chuckles. He says, Keegan, he's not so much. He when they first moved here, Keegan told me he came from a wealthy family down in Neverwinter, and I guess that's where he met Garrett, and Garrett wasn't much for the city. So, but yeah, he's a good guy. I hope he's all right. It's good of you guys to head out there and give him a hand.
We're going to do our best. So I started with 14 gold. I paid for like half of this stuff. How much should I have?
You know what? I'll say
But he gave one back.
Yeah, he gave back. Well, yeah, he gave back 5. So you guys can split it however you need.
I'll just take one. Make it easy, I guess.
I'm
Somebody
just
remind
taking
Justin when he
one.
comes back. I don't
Okay.
think he was here for that.
So yeah, we'll say.
Who's gonna take one?
Yep. You know what? Actually, we'll just make it even. He'll give back 6, and he's basically gonna cover for the 3 bedrolls and the 6 blankets, and he'll give each one of you a gold piece. There we go.
Okay,
That'll cover
Okay.
it.
so who wants the extra piece and we just never tell Kavarda?
Never tell him.
Well, I don't think Scorpion would take
Go
it.
with the Altman.
Yeah, we'll say yeah. If anything else, it'll be if we want to go at that route, then it could be one gold and 20 silver for each of you. I do not care how you split it up.
No. I'm fine with one.
All right, yeah. So with that, with all that equipment, if you guys are good with it, I'm good with calling it here.
Real quick though, how are we splitting it? Are we doing one gold?
Just
or
do one gold.
20?
Just do one gold. Everybody gets one gold.
Okay.
Everybody but the doc.
That's fine with me. I don't think he would take it, honestly.
Yeah.
Probably just use it for drugs.
Neither mind Justin. He got one gold back. I don't
Yep.
think he was here for
I'll add it to his equipment.
that. Okay.
And then since we bought stuff,
Oh, there
without
you
Brings
go.
the
where-
double, and he shall come.
Yeah. Justin, make sure that you add one gold
Yep.
to your stuff.
He
That's
gave
right,
us a
I'm
slight.
rich.
He gave us a slight discount
Yeah.
for big magnanimous.
connections.
Connect.
Yep.
You know what? In the last session we had on a boat and go west or go west
Oh.
to keep going,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
and now we have connections for this one.
Connections. Yeah, like I said, I'm good calling it there. I know next. So I know this session was a lot of
Dialogue.
Preparation.
Yeah, dialogue. But so next session, you guys are going to be heading out of Targos, and then making your way up through, up towards Kelvin's Cairn. So we're going to get into, today was a lot of ROLE playing. Next session, next week, actually, if we're still playing on the 27th, is going to be a lot of ROLL playing, because there's going to be skill challenges
Harder
and
hobos.
combat
Hobos.
and all kinds of stuff.
We almost killed a mare.
You almost killed a
Oh my
town
God.
speaker.
That was so close. Oh, so we are calling it here then?
Yeah, because I could start getting you guys there, but it's basically just gonna be like, shoehorning in like just a random encounter. But I would prefer to have it be more meaningful, and actually
Right.
have time to prep something more appropriate than just like.
Left 4 Dead's workshop's already open.
Oh,
Jesus.
that was a good one though. We learned a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
We did.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
exposition.
A lot of exposition, making names for ourselves. So we didn't have a chance to show it off yet, but when I think last time Kyra Kyra just kind of called ourselves the Sundry Sojourners.
Mm-hmm.
But Groff was like, nobody seemed to have much of a reaction to it. I think even Groff was like, "We'll work on it or something." So
Yeah,
she's working
workshop
on
it.
another.
Workshop.
I got a couple I got a couple ideas for sure. So she'll
Okay.
probably shout something out next combat encounter, regardless of what it is.
Listen, my entire plan to try and stay warm through the night is literally set up a tent, a sleeping bag, and then Neo guard